Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second day of Checkmk Conference 8. So I'm Faye, Community Manager here at Tribe 29, and I'm here again, join you in the online version of the conference. So how's everyone feeling today? So yeah, I think people are starting to watch us, to join us live. Yeah, hello, welcome. So we have a very packed day today. Hence, we started earlier than yesterday. So we're starting at around 9 a.m. German time. And so for today, other than the Tribe 2019, people from the Checkmk community will also be presenting today. So make sure to check the conference agenda for more info. So you can find it at checkmk.com/conference. So all of the sessions will be streamed live and will be recorded. So don't worry that you will miss anything. Right. So we will be starting in a few minutes. So please stay tuned.
The buses are stuck in traffic jam, and we are waiting for the last participants. So a couple of minutes we wait, and then we start. The buses have arrived finally, so welcome back to the second day of the 8th Checkmk conference. I hope you liked the evening event. I hope you enjoyed the band and the food and everything. We apologize for the long queue at the hamburgers. There was a delay because we first had this in the outside, they had to move inside, so it was sorry for being hungry a couple of minutes for you. Yeah, so we have a lot of interesting talks today. The first half of the day will be populated mostly by partners and users that have very interesting projects. But before we come to that, we start with something you might like, because we are going to establish a new way how you can get your features implemented, or at least how you can tell us what you think is important. And I have Thomas here. Thomas is our new product manager for a year.
Not so new any longer.
Yeah, so anyway, welcome to the team after 1 year.
And the first conference, real conference.
What was your experience in the first year at Tribe?
Amazing ride, despite the COVID, like a lot of camaraderie, staying together, being a team, even if most people were remote, so that was a hard part. But we managed it quite well, I think.
And you come from very hip companies like Sophos and last stage was CrowdStrike.
Yeah.
So is Tribe even hipper? Or
it's smaller, let's put it this way, but it's more personal. So
okay.
The others are like American companies, very large, management far away, and so it's a different kind of experience.
So I'm glad to have you here. So let's get started with our new feature system.
Okay, thank you, Matthias. Welcome also from my side. Thomas Lippert, as Matthias mentioned, I'm the Director of Product Management here, and I try to get you to a new way of influencing Checkmk development. Can we move the slides? Oh, I have a clicker, I'm sorry, yeah. So first, let me tell you about the status quo. Where are we today? So currently we have two types of how we get features. The first one is from raw and enterprise customers with no customer support, with no support contract. And their way to give us like their wishes about features is having a forum post, the conference here and the voting at the back, which I invite every one of you to do that during the breaks, and sending us an email to the feedback email address. The challenges here is it's not very transparent, the forum posts are, but the feedback address, for example, we just see it, nobody else sees it. It's 3 different ways of input, and also the collaboration is limited in those ways. The forum allows collaboration, the other 2 means to a limited extent, especially like the conference is only once a year. For other customers with support contract, there's the same ways as I mentioned before, but there's also the service desk ticket. So a customer can raise, similar to a support ticket, can raise a ticket asking for a particular feature, for a particular improvement. Quite often, feature requests start as a support case where something couldn't be solved the way we have it in the product, and then it evolves into a feature request. And the challenges here are the same as on the previous slide, but one in addition, the volume of requests we get here is quite high, and therefore we also end up with a very long response time. And let me qualify that a little bit further. So our challenge actually is we have a number of customers is growing significantly, so more than 3,000 this year. If you have a 1 feature request per customer, and it takes us 2 weeks to implement, then it would be already like 6,000 weeks of development we would just need to do to get them going. And that's without any other activities like support cases, our own ideas for improving the product, and also like strategic directions we want to go to. So therefore, we need a new way of doing it. So here's just to reiterate what I mentioned before, the latest snapshot of our feature system, basically of the service desk system regarding features. So on the 8th of April, we had 374 features. Average time is more than a year. About 23% are about checks and agents, the rest are about the general product. And it's not like we are not doing any of those requests. We actually did last year 278 requests, feature requests, which we solved. But we did get 275, so it's hard to make any progress here. And therefore, we need that new model. And the new model means we need to work on the features which are important for the entire customer base. We need to be able to interact with customers and see who is having a particular request, and not just the one requesting it, but also others if they have a very similar request. We want to give our customers quicker response, because that's also one of the challenges. Customers complain that we are remaining silent as long as the features in our system and we are not actively working on it. And we want to enable transparency about how many features we have. I mean, the slide before, nobody of you could see how many features we have and how many we have implemented. And we want to make it more transparent to everyone. And so here's a proposal for a new way of doing it. First of all, I want to divide the features in 2 categories. On one side, it's the checks and agents, and on the other side, it's the general feature requests. The checks and agents come from IT policies, like we need to monitor everything. There's a high push, especially during the initial rollout of Checkmk, that if there is any major systems missing, that we do an enhancement to the product which monitors this particular system the customer has. Customers also need a rather fast answer, because that's very important during the rollout. We can't ingest that one and deliver it like 2 releases later. That's simply not what the customer needs at that point. And the other thing is the product is very easily extensible also between releases here. We all know the MKPs which we can deliver, which have new checks. Typical example here is a request which basically, that's how it's written in the system, monitoring of EMC Isilon storage. So it's a new system a customer has either bought or has on site and may want to monitor it. On the other side, you have a general feature request. General means for the product itself, not just a check and agent. We have many requests from many customers, and they are all great enhancement requests. So no doubt about that one. But only a few of them are really important for all of you, or for the majority of you. So we need to find those and focus on those, because then we do the greatest impact to everyone. And all of the features are an important input for us, because, as an example, if a lot of you ask about improvements in the event console, then we know, okay, that's an area that a lot of you are using and want to improve. So let's focus here and make that thing better. And one example I took from the service desk tickets, which appeared several times, was that several of you have asked for a feature which is about labels and filters. So currently, when we filter by label, it's always an AND. So the host must have label A, B, and C when it appears. But you can't do things like label A or B, as an example, or A, B, but not D, as the other example. So that is a request which came up quite often, and that would qualify into this category. And with those two categories, we want to basically handle them differently than we do today. On the one side, the checks in the agents request remain for the support customers because they are associated with some payment, so we need to have a commercial contract with the customer, and they remain in the ticket system as you do today. On the other side, the general requests, we will move out of the ticketing system into a new system and consolidate the other ways here, and that will be a feature voting portal, and I come to that in a minute. So now let's look at both ways of handling things. So checks and agents first. When I analyzed the checks and agent requests we have, I noticed one thing, that they are not all equal, and that's also very visible when you see them implemented. So a certain category is a simple enhancement request to an existing check. So I need a new metric here, I need a new check for a particular value, or the check needs to be modified. Very simple, very straightforward, easy to understand. The effort is very reasonable. The other category, the middle category, is about I need a significant enhancement to an existing check. A recent example was I want to monitor physical interfaces on NetApp devices, not just logical interfaces. So that requires some requirement engineering, understanding that requirement fully, also interacting with a few customers having a NetApp device. So it's more effort, significant more effort, and requires a specification so that we actually develop what's common used here. And the third category is from a complexity like the middle category, but it's a completely new check. So it's not something where we enhance something, where we write something from scratch. And we want to handle those three categories in a different manner. And let me explain how. Talking about the first category again. So as I mentioned, it's very simple and easy to understand. So we want to make a simplified estimation process. Some of you know them, how we estimate things. So that will be, you will get a very simple number. It's either half a day or a full day. That's it. And also that's the limit. So if it takes us longer than a day, it doesn't fall into this category. If it falls into that category, we make a very quick offer to you. That's the streamlined process. You want it this way. If you reply, it gets done rather quickly in this or the next sprint. And if it's not in that category, we learned while doing, it's not in that category, it moves to middle one. What we learned from the past, and when I analyzed all the requests from the last 2 years, which we had in the system, roughly 50% of our requests are in that category. So our intention here is to do these things quickly within 1 or 2 sprints, depending on when they come in and how long potential clarifications require, and then they are done. So we don't want to let you wait for any of those enhancements. The middle category is different. What we learned also from a few very bad running tickets, that they usually require some requirement specification. So we need to interact with the customer to really understand their needs, what exactly is needed, and how it fits to our system, and how it fits to other checks. So we must have a consistent product. So therefore, we will interact with you as product manager and try to sort that out. And that's the requirement clarification process. After that process, you will get an estimate, but before that, we will make a go, no-go decision. We had occasionally cases where the requests, when basically digging into them, turned out not to be good ones, good for the product, or doesn't really solve the problem. So therefore, after the requirement process, we do the go, no-go decision, but you get, if it's a go, you get an estimation, you need to approve it, and we work with you to find a slot for implementation. So we will ask you for time when it fits you, when it fits our schedule. Details I will show on the next slide. And there's one requirement we have for you if you order a check here. That's you must be available in that slot to help us actively developing that feature. We need you to test preview versions, and we need you to finalize and approve it in that time frame. That's also a learning we had. We had occasionally a few checks which take ages till we get the final approval. We want to go away from that. And the last category, a completely new check, is the same as the middle category, same process here. There's one important difference. As this is a new one, we might decide not to do it. So if we either run out of resources, so too many requests over time, so we can't handle them, or we think the IT component is like an edge case, something which only one or two customers have, then we might decide, say, sorry, this is not, we don't want to do it in our general product. Please reach out to some of our qualified partners, and they help you doing this check, and if you like, you can put it into the exchange later on. So that might be the case where we say, actually, sorry, we won't do it. But the difference to today, we want to tell you that information rather quickly. So what are the checks and agents? Talking about the slots I mentioned before. So we assigned dedicated resources to checks and development, and they end up with 48 development slots. So 4 teams, 12 months, very simple. Before we do a development and assignment to a slot, the requirements must be clear and agreed with the customer. The slot date will be negotiated with the customers. You actually know when it's coming. And maybe if it's too long, you might say, sorry, then I go any other way. But by that time, you know that actually when it's coming, not as today, when we actually tell you we are doing it when we start working on it. And as mentioned before, customer must commit to help us in the development with answering questions and doing the testing at the very end. So that was the checks and agents. Now let's look into general feature requests. As mentioned before, there's a new system we want to introduce, and that's a feature voting tool or feature voting portal. So on the left, you see a screenshot. I have more details in a minute. The important thing, it's a public tool, so very similar to our forum. Everybody can vote here for features or ask for features, and therefore also the visibility about what we are asked for and what is voted high and what we comment about or ask about is clearly visible to everyone. The tool supports request consolidation, because that's quite often that we have several requests or requests about the same thing or about the same demand several times in the system. And this system supports consolidation when also consolidating the votes. On the other side, it also allows splitting votes. So occasionally there's this policy of 1 request per ticket, but occasionally we get several requests per ticket. This allows us to easily split them into separate requests. If you do raise the request, you also get notified if you tick a respective box. So you get email about status changes, about comments, about modifications here. It also shows clearly the status of a new feature. So as you see in the example, 2 features are basically waiting in consideration by the product management team, and 1 is in progress. So we tell you once we start a certain feature, so you know about it. Also here important is, it's not like you dump things in when they linger around for a long time, and then we start working with it. We will review every request we get in initially before it appears here, so please give some time till like a week or so till your request shows up for the public. So we will clarify them with you, maybe ask your questions and sort them out before they become visible, so that they are really very well understandable for everyone, and also we know what you actually are asking for. And all the top voted features are candidates for the next release. They are candidates, they are not committed or approved. And let me give you a few examples how we do it or why we do it this way. So again, the example is the event console. Let's assume the top voted request is about the event console. But due to various other input factors, we decided not to touch the event console with the next release. That might be a case that we actually will not do the top voted feature. Let me give you another example. Let's assume again, event console is top voted, and because it's so highly voted by you, we decide to do event console. That might also lead that we do a feature number 15 and 75 in the ranking list, because they are all also about the event console, and we consolidate all those requests in one development activities. So because if we touch the event console, we fix them all together. That's the only way it makes sense. So that's why I say they are all candidates. They are not guaranteed, but we take your input really serious to our heart, and we reserved some capacity to do them. And the other important thing here is the implementation is for free. So unlike today, where somebody can request a feature, we do an estimate, and once it's done, basically it's delivered, but also we charge you. All those features developed via voting on the feature portal are completely for free. The portal is live as of today, so you are all happy to use it. It's feature.checkmk.com, or if you use your mobile phone and scan it, it should hopefully work, at least for those in the front, to get access to it. What I have done to populate it, not to start with an empty forum, I have migrated some of the requests we have in our system already in, so I filled them in, tried to understand basically from the request, also translated them, we have a lot of German requests, into English and made them available. So you see some of them already. This is how the tool looks like for those who can't access it at the moment. So it's a very simple web page. Put it this way with a list of feature requests. It's a sorted list, so you can sort either by the top voted features or by the new features, so which came last. You can also filter by state, so you know that, for example, what is in progress, what has been done if you're looking up something. So that's all visible to you. Of course, you see the number of votes here, and also the state, which I mentioned before. The most important feature, which looks quite simple, is the search here. So if you type in search for something, what happens is that the system gives you potential hits, but that also allows you to vote for an existing feature. That's a request consolidation. Because if you ask, given my example before about the EMC Isilon, so if you type in EMC, it might already propose you a few requests for EMC systems, and then you actually vote for one. So that's a possibility. If you don't find yours, then you press the Add Suggestion button and enter new suggestion. Once it's in, this is how each request will look alike. So basically you see the number of votes here. And just by clicking on it, you add your vote to this request. You see the description, you see the state, and you can collaborate around it by adding comments. Also, you can also, if you have a request which is better explained with a picture, you can also add pictures to each of the requests. And I mentioned before that we will review every request which comes into the system, and that's the admin UI. You won't see it, but I want to make it visible to you so you know what we are actually doing. So here's an example. A request for a particular system, an SD-WAN system, was made. It shows up first with us, so we can check it, make sure that it's understandable for the public, also that we understand what the request is actually about it, and then we can approve it. So we tick it and then go approve first. Or in case the request is either exists already, we know already about it, there's something very similar, or it's two requests in one, we can do a merge or a split here. So to keep the portal healthy, so you actually have really qualified and good structured requests in the portal. It's not just a way of dumping things, so that needs to be actively maintained. The product management team commits to basically work on that portal on a regular basis. So whenever you raise a request, it should be latest within a week, it should become live. If you do a request, so just it's about the technique, it will show up for you, but for nobody else, and will be slightly grayed out until it's approved. So talking about the portal, so timeline is launched today. We will communicate it to the rest of the Checkmk users in May with newsletters, forum posts, and that like. And after that was done, we will refuse to take further feature requests through the Jira Service Desk through our support portal. We migrate all existing requests and already done quite a number of them, so I think currently it's 48. So I migrated already a bunch of them, and basically there's no one-to-one matching to the number of requests I've shown before because, again, I consolidate them. So there will be the silent migration, which I've done today. From now on, I will basically respond to each of you when you had a request. Here's the corresponding ticket in the portal, and now I close this request. We will handle the remaining requests, so 200 more will come, roughly. And then we also migrate the forum, and that should be done till the end of June. And by the time, it's all consolidated in this one tool. So at the end, let me quickly summarize about the change, so make it all, again, like visible on one page. We handle new feature requests differently, whether they are checks and agents or they are general product. The checks and agents, we want to be very quick to give you an answer whether we do it or not. We want to sort out the details which are required to fully understand your request quickly. If it's a simple thing, we do it within hopefully 2 to 4 weeks. If it's a more complex one, we work with you to schedule it, to find a date, and we're currently working backward on our existing backlog. So some of you might get requests now for more details about a request they asked half a year ago. So once we come to an agreement, the request is scheduled, so you actually know when you get it done. And we need your help in specifying the details, developing, so responding to questions, and also testing. For general feature requests, there will be this public list of feature requests with a priority of what is needed most. The top voted features will be candidates for our next release, and the development is without cost, so no credit any longer for any feature requests you make. Thank you. Any questions?
So any questions from the audience, or do we have some in the live stream?
Hello, test. Okay. Yeah, we actually have some questions from the live stream, but maybe no one here wants any question.
I see nobody.
Then what about bugs?
Bugs are handled as usual support cases, and we process them as we do it today.
Will it be transparent to know that which bugs we are working on?
I'm not sure.
Like that, because right now as a user, you don't know which bugs we are actually fixing at the moment. You don't know which ones we are aware of. Like you know, like in GitHub, you have the open issues list typically, for example, something like that.
Yeah, one of the challenges with the bugs you report via the support portal that may contain like company information, so we can't simply make them available, so there need to be some sanitizing before doing so. So that's quite hard. What we have as a policy, we try to solve any critical or significant bug within 4 weeks latest, and that's what we're working hard. Or at least we work with you to achieve a workaround so that we can move from a critical or significant state to a normal state, so that you can get running. So that's defined in the support contract. Okay. And for the rest, we work on them and doing them in the release. So as we do the 2.1, you might see already a lot of feature requests, or not, the feature bugs getting resolved in that release. And once they are done, we have the works. So that's the usual thing.
Tobias, do you want to ask a question yourself, or shall I?
Tobias?
Okay, then I just read it. Do you plan to feed new checks and agent requests to the community to get them developed by Swarm work instead of totally discarding them? So the ones which we say we will not do.
Yeah, so basically if you have a request, we might say no, we won't do it. So first of all, you can add it to the feature portal so everybody else can see it. And maybe we did a misjudgment and a lot of people want the same thing. So then this is the way you promote your particular feature. And of course, that's also one thing that the community can look into and say, okay, apparently for that particular system, there's a lot of demand. Let's build a check. So that's the way. We can't, feeding to the community means we can't force anyone to work on a check. So they must pull it, pull the request.
Daniel. I hope this mic works.
Let's see. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
You mentioned new checks optional deferred to partners for custom development. Does it mean that they will end up as MKPs, which need to be implemented or which need to be downloaded, or will they end up in the master as well?
They will end as MKPs. They will not be included in the master.
So at the end, maybe, depending the customer, I have about 20, 30 MKPs which I need to run after all the time.
Yeah, maybe.
But that could be a feature request itself that you want MKPs to be upstreamed. Yeah. So you could add a feature request, please
Yeah, and then I need 150 votes to get it into the system.
No,
I mean, that's a very simple thing. Usually, if the check is well programmed, you know, we have certain standards in Checkmk. So when we develop a check plugin, we have long guidelines to ensure the quality. And those guidelines do not apply for checks everyone else builds. So the mainstreaming, the putting into the main distribution is more work than you might expect at the first place. Because we need to review it, then we need the test data. You know, the guy who implements the check has a collection of test output from agents that is not shipped with the check. But so in order to mainline it, we need these test data and so on. So it's more work than you might expect. So that's the main reason why it starts its life as an MKP. That's not part of the official distribution.
So let's basically answer with two other aspects to keep in mind. So if it's something which is on the exchange and it's used very well, then of course we need to look whether we mainline it, because apparently there's a lot of demand for a particular check. And then, as Matthias mentioned, the quality is important. So for a few checks which we took from the exchange, we completely rewrote them to meet our standards so we can maintain them on a long time. And in that case, we also need somebody helping us during the development, because we need to qualify a few things and also do the testing. Not all the systems which get asked about we have on site. So there's no chance that we have all the, I don't know, storage hardware, EMC hardware, which might be asked for. So that's one of the challenges we have. So that might also, if we find nobody, and there's a recent example where we struggled a lot, there was a lot of demand for Meraki, but for a long time we didn't find anyone who wants to work with us. So that's why we couldn't do that thing.
But as you mentioned, the developer guidelines, will there be, I mean, there are plenty of people, I guess, who are willing to follow fully the developer guidelines, but they are not written completely. I mean there's always a lag when you send something in. There's always like, yeah, but this is missing. This, but it's not written anywhere.
The guidelines are partly a simple thing that you could write down, but on the other hand, it's also a kind of how we do things. You know, we want each check to work in a different spirit, in the same spirit. And that's very hard to write down. So we in our team, we also need to discuss how we implement this check, how to set it up. So
we have many more questions, and I'm looking at the time. Maybe we get some other questions as well. George, as you have the mic already next to you, do you want to ask it yourself or?
George. Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My question is, how do you work against the bots? At this moment, the voting system permits anonymous voting.
Sorry,
so I'll be able to vote from multiple IP addresses, computers directly.
Yeah, the system has some protection against like machine voting. If a bot votes, it actually counts up initially, and then those votes get distracted. I also can see who has voted for what and what time, so that's also very visible. I have experience from the past with them, so I used the system for about 8 years, and I only had 2 occasions we saw heavy misuse. I mean, honestly, if it doesn't work out with this community, which would be very sad when we need to basically be on stage next year and say, look, we made a change here. But we all hope that people value our openness and our open source spirit and don't misuse the system. And there are some protections built in.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I have another question, but let's check maybe someone on the stage.
One last question, maybe.
Over there.
There, yeah.
Yeah, hello. I would like to know what's going in future with the feedback email address, and if there is still any way for non-support customers to request checks and plugins in any way.
So for non-support, so non-contract support contract customers, just add them to the feature portal. That's the better way, because when we see who else has a similar request, that was one of the important reasons why we implement that portal. The feedback address will remain, but there might be a standard answer for feature request, but basically we close it here and please go to the portal. So that's our idea here. We really want to consolidate all the requests into the voting portal.
Yeah, and the feedback email is still valid for bug reporting?
The feedback email is still valid for bug reporting, and especially now with the beta phase, we get a lot of input which we process on a regular basis. But it will not go away.
By the way, we will change it a little bit today with the Q&As. We will spend some time during lunch to answer the ones which we haven't had the time now to do, because there's still like, I think, 6 or 7 questions in here which are interesting. And then we will reply directly on Slido to them, and then you will all get your questions answered. But you know how this guy looks like. During the break, you can obviously also ask him.
And in the next break, I will be back at basically the voting board. So if you have any questions, that's the place you can find me. Thank you.
So thanks, Thomas, also for I think this feature portal is a great idea. Funny thing, when Thomas named it after 30 minutes ago, I heard future portal. That would also be a good name for it. Yeah, so let's continue with an interesting talk of Timo and Nicolas. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, Matthias.
You both are from ComNet. ComNet, most of you probably know, is one of our longest partner for Checkmk. Torben Söhl, I've met at the Nagios conference even before Checkmk existed, so we know each other very long, and we have a very successful time. And you will tell us something about anomaly detection.
Absolutely.
Yes. How did you come to this topic?
We will tell the story a little bit during the presentation, but there was a customer who had very definite interest in this topic, and yeah, we were in the lucky position to get the funding, obviously, and yeah, we are here today to present the current state of this project.
Cool. I'm very interested because I had discussions about this a couple of years ago, and it looks simple at the first sight, but I think the details are a bit harder to get it really useful. So I'm really excited what you're going to tell us. So let's get started. Let's have fun.
So as we already mentioned a little bit, we will use this slot to introduce you to an exciting project we've been working on in the last couple of months, and that is AI-based anomaly detection on monitoring data. I am Nicolas Meinert. I'm representing ComNet, an IT systems provider based in Hanover, and we have different locations all over Germany. ComNet has more than 30 years of IT experience, and as Matthias already mentioned, we're one of the very early and very first partners of Checkmk, and yeah, we've been a gold partner ever since, and obviously I'm not alone.
Yeah, hi, my name is Timo Lorenz. I'm from the ETOPS, as you can see there, and we are some kind of you could say the commercial branch of the University of Braunschweig. And what we are doing, we are researchers in machine learning and artificial intelligence, how it's also called. And what we do is everything that we know from our research topics, we try to transfer this into industry and into real products in the end. And yeah, this is why we are here and trying to deploy AI also to monitoring.
Yeah, in this project, there's also a third party involved that's represented by this sports car-shaped silhouette at the bottom. This is one of our long-time Checkmk customers, and as I said, they are the ones we have been working with during this project. Unfortunately, we cannot say the company's name, so we will be referring to them as our anonymous data donor for the sake of this presentation. Now, our motivation for this project is actually a problem that many of you may be familiar with, and that is the larger the IT environment gets, the more difficult it becomes to track individual problems. And just to give you an idea of what we talk about when we mean large environment, these are some actual figures from our data donor's Checkmk installation. We're talking about more than 16,000 hosts, more than 1.1 million services, about 8,000 service problems, and that's not counting acknowledgements and not counting Checkmk internal problems like the Checkmk discovery, alerting about unmonitored services, something like that. We have more than 120 notification destinations, so that's 120 individual teams on application level, platform level, infrastructure level, each receiving their own alerts. And on average, we have about 1,500 alarms per day. So on a bad day, this number could go up quite a bit. So what we essentially have is those 120 IT teams basically all sitting on their own island and knowing what's going on their island, but not really realizing what's going on the other islands. But the problem is, IT doesn't always work that way. The problems can be more complex than that. There can be metrics of different hosts involved, and this is usually not limited to just one IT team. And second of all, it can be that unusual values on certain metrics may be an early indicator for an upcoming major IT problem, even if the corresponding service is still okay because the static threshold is not breached yet. And this happened quite a few times at our customer site, where we had a higher value on one metric, on the storage maybe, and at the same time another value on the ESX hosts has gone up, and things were still okay in Checkmk. But after a while, this has escalated to a major IT problem, which in the end even shut down production for a while. So our goal here is A, to create an overall view for complex IT problems, and B, to reduce the dependency on static thresholds. Yeah, so what's our solution for this problem? I mean, of course, the answer has to be blockchain. Because that's the answer for anything these days, I guess. But alternatively, we could try to do something involving AI. And if you think about it, AI has been helpful in similar situations in the past, so maybe we're onto something here. Problem still is we don't know much about blockchain or AI, but luckily we found AI experts, and that's where Timo comes in.
Yes, exactly. So as you might have noticed from this nice joke is that AI sometimes is kind of a buzzword, I would say. Everybody talks about AI and it can do magical things, but I want to clear up a few things here. So first, AI, well, many people talk about general artificial intelligence, which is this matrix or Terminator-like computer machine which is similar to humans. What is actually more on the rise today, or what everybody knows or uses, is so-called narrow AI, which is built for one specific task. So you might notice from home assistants, where we have something like speech recognition, autonomous vehicles, where we process image data and try to detect things or predict things in these images, or recommendations engines that help you to individualize your shopping behavior or something. So, and actually artificial intelligence is the big field. In there is the field of machine learning, and one discipline, and this is where the most success from the recent years comes from, are the so-called deep neural networks. And this is basically what we do a lot. So we train deep neural networks and try to improve applications there. And the question came up, how can AI assist in IT monitoring? And that's where we thought of, yes, anomaly detection is basically one of these tasks which has been proven in AI, or where there is a lot of research going on in AI, not specifically for IT monitoring, but yeah, let's try out what can anomaly detection do with monitoring data. So first, let's clarify what actually is an anomaly. And here I have a little test on you. Can you spot the anomaly here? So if you spotted the anomaly, take your hands up. Okay, that's good. Yeah, obviously, it's this one arrow pointing downwards. So what do we learn from that? An anomaly is a deviation from an established normal pattern. So the normal pattern here are the upside, up-facing arrows, obviously. But let's make it a bit harder. So who can spot the anomaly here? Hands up. Okay, what's the anomaly? Just say it loud. The yellow car. Yes, could be true. But this depends on the definition on normality here. So if we say normal is that every of these vehicles is red, then the yellow car obviously would be the anomaly. But we could also say the normality means that we are cars. And in this case, these motorcycles would be the anomaly. So to do anomaly detection, what we need is a clear definition of what normality actually is. And what does this mean then for IT monitoring? So for example, this is some time series data that we have from IT-based metrics like network usage, disk write, memory usage, and so on. And in this data, somebody took the time and labeled this part here as an anomaly, so something where something strange is going on. And yeah, probably this is something that is maybe even to detect, because we can see that right here, probably also some thresholds are breached at some point. But there are also anomalies that look like this. For example, here in memory usage, where we have a quick drop and then going back to this level, which by some experts has also been tagged as an anomaly. And this is something that would be hard to detect with just some static thresholds applied to the memory usage. So yeah, first let me show you a bit how are deep neural networks learned. In a classical way, you do supervised learning. And one example I brought here is image classification, where we have some input image, so obviously some kind of a car, and we put this into some neural network. Then the neural network gives us some output and says, okay, this is definitely for 5%, this is a dog, or maybe a rocket, and for 90%, this could be a sports car. So in the end, even now, this network would decide probably for the sports car. But if we want to learn this neural network and give it more training data, then we also need labels, like we need some person to sit down and write to this image, tag it with sports car. And then we can give this as a desired target output to the network, and then we try to reduce this error between this distribution, and in the end, our network learns something. But the problem here with supervised learning is that labels are mostly costly. So you need really a lot of these images and a lot of data, and you need people that actually say, this is a car. So another approach is self-supervised learning, and this is what we actually use in anomaly detection. Here I brought you an example also from video prediction. I hope it's visible. Here you can see a typical traffic scene where we have some car driving, and what we want to do is we want to predict what happens next by the network. So the output would then be something like this car moved a bit to the front, and we can see this people here that they also moved more towards the street. And this is one example where you use self-supervised learning, because then your target output is basically the future input. So you train, you just have a sequence of images, and as a target, you only use the images that come maybe a few seconds later. Then you can train this network, and you can make it predict things in the end. Yes, and the cool thing about such approaches with self-supervised learning, and anomaly detection is one of these, is that the labels then are basically the data itself, and so they are free. And that's also one reason why we, for the IT monitoring application, we use this approach, because we have a lot of data which just comes in every second or every 3 minutes. So yeah, why do we choose anomaly detection for IT monitoring? Another reason, except for the labels, is data imbalance. So let me show you a small example. What a neural network does, it tries to classify the blue dots and the orange dots here. So let's say we want to, the orange dots are our anomalies, some representation for that, and the blue dots is the normal data. So what a neural network does is it actually learns some kind of boundaries during training. So it gets this as training data, and then we have this green boundary here, and in test, we just take this boundary, and when there are new samples incoming, where we don't know what class they belong to, we just apply this boundary and then do some classification. So in this case, we would say this here is normal data, and all the orange outside the boundaries are actually anomalies. And for balanced data, so where we have as much blue dots as we have orange dots, this actually works pretty well. But in reality, and especially for IT monitoring data, it looks more like this, because we have a lot of good data, normal data, and there are only a few samples that we have that are actually like anomalous data, which is a good thing, which means that maybe the environment works good in this case. So, but when we then train a network in the old-fashioned supervised learning way, it would look like this. We get these boundaries, and if we apply these to a test, then we will see we will get some classifications here that would have been anomalous data that are then classified as normal data, and that's bad. Another example for imbalanced data, here we have a few more samples, but still we can see that these boundaries look a bit weird, and yeah, we get again misclassifications. So what anomaly detection and self-supervised learning looks like is more like this. We only have the normal data, and then we try to learn what normality looks like. So in the end, we will get some boundary that looks like this, that we can also steer with some thresholds, like the tolerance of this boundary. And yeah, if we then apply our test samples again, we can see that here it works well for imbalanced data. So that's why we go for anomaly detection, because in IT monitoring, the data is highly imbalanced in this case. So yeah, our solution is anomaly detection. I don't want to go too much into the details, because that's really a lot of mathematical stuff and so on. But our AI basically consists of two blocks. One is an encoder block that takes the input data, compresses it down, and then we have a decoder-like structure that decompresses it, and so we try to learn some kind of compressed data representation. So the input here is data that we get from Checkmk. So these are single service metrics that we get out of from a CMC dump, and then we just have this time series for each of these features, could be CPU, memory, disk, and so on, that is going into the network. Here's one example where we have some anomaly going on in here. For example, for disk usage, which is we have some kind of peak, which would be pretty uncommon. And the network was trained to reproduce normal data. So we let this network reconstruct our input, and this would look like this. If we then compare this input, this reconstructed input with the real input, we can see that we have here this difference. And in the end then, we will get some anomaly score out of this network when we get this, or when we compute this difference. And here we will see that this anomaly score is especially high at this point where we have this anomaly. And by applying then some thresholds, we can then say, yes, here we detected some kind of an anomaly. So this is how it basically works. For our proof of concept, we want to find some nice visualization for the output of the anomaly scores. And this is basically how it looks like. We have our IT environment, which is monitored by the Checkmk monitoring server. We then send the monitoring data to our AI dashboard server, which constantly sends the data to the neural network inference server. All of them are deployed as Docker containers. And then we send the anomaly scores back, and then we visualize these scores here so that somebody can look at it and have a nice overview about all the hosts, where are the most anomalies at some point. Yeah, this is also what we plan to do, that we try to make a system where the human is actually in the loop. So which means that the AI helps the IT expert, and the IT expert also helps to improve the AI in the end, which means we need some process that can constantly collect training data. So we have this, our dashboard here. Then the IT expert has the optional possibility to verify anomalies. So to say, this was really an anomaly, and then we get good samples, we have more training data, and more training data in AI always means we have better models. And this is how we try to achieve this constant improvement loop here. So yeah, now let's come straight to our demo, where you can have a first glance at our AI dashboard. So, Nicolas.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, it's demo time. This is the user interface of our AI dashboard. Now, 2 disclaimers right up front. First, this is still very much work in progress. So a lot of features are still missing. There's a lot of ideas we have that aren't yet implemented. There is still a lot of work going on basically as we speak. And second of all, unfortunately, we cannot show the original data from our data donor due to privacy reasons. So this demo was taken using a local setup with training data. But we have a very similar instance running in the actual environment of our customer, and this instance is actively receiving data from the productive Checkmk monitoring server. So for visualization, we chose these hexagons. So each hexagon represents a host, and the size of the hexagon represents the number of anomalies that have been recorded for a host. Within the same size of hexagons, we have a color gradient, which also is an indicator for the number of anomalies. And from top to bottom, we have a timeline. So at the very top, we have the host with the most recent anomaly. And if we get to the bottom, further to the bottom, then we have those with older anomalies. And let's see if works like a charm. Or maybe it doesn't. Yeah, it does. So this design is rather dynamic. So if we move the mouse over the hexagons, you will see that they change the color, they pop out a little bit, and you can read the host name even of the smaller icons. And if you click on one of those icons, then this window will pop up. This will show the host name again, the number of anomalies, a time distribution for the anomalies, and when the last anomaly was recorded. As of now, we only show host-based anomalies here. So all anomalies on a host are shown as an anomaly on this host. But in the background, we do have the data for all the individual services. So it is possible to show on which service the anomalies have happened. This is just not implemented in the UI yet, but this is definitely coming. Yeah, on the top we have a slider, a threshold slider, and this is for this anomaly score that is sent back from the actual AI. And we can use that to see only the anomalies with a high anomaly score. If we slide this to the right, you will see that there are fewer hexagons and they get smaller. And if we go up even more, you will see only the very abnormal anomalies that have been recorded. Of course, if we have a large environment and we have a large number of hosts, then we need some kind of filter mechanism. We've added that. It's in the very top left corner. You see a filter icon. If we click on that, a menu will show up. There it is. And we can, for example, filter by host name. So if we want to see only the hosts that have a certain include a certain string pattern, we just enter that, like this machine 2, and we see only the hosts that have this pattern in their host name. And also, we can define an exclude pattern. This is what we're doing now. So we don't want to see machine 2.7, and if we enter that, it's disappearing from the view. Another means of filtering is the amount of anomalies that have been recorded. This is the next step. We have a slider for that. If we just want to see the large hexagons, so those hosts that have a high amount of anomalies, we just use the minimum amount of anomaly slider. And if we increase the value, then we only see the large hexagons. Same can be done for the maximum amount. So if you only want to see the smaller hexagons, you can set a filter for that as well. On the bottom, we also see this follow option. That's this bluish border around the large hexagon here. So by default, the dashboard follows the hexagon with the largest amount, the highest amount of anomalies. But you can set this to a specific host as well. Yeah, and finally, all this screens and videos you've seen so far are from the live update mode. So in this mode, the dashboard is still receiving actual data and anomaly scores from our AI and from Checkmk. And as soon as a new anomaly is detected, it will instantly show up in the dashboard. But if you want to go into a deeper analysis, then maybe you want to go back in time or freeze the dashboard in its current state, and you can do that. For example, if you click on this clock icon on top, you can enter date and time and just take a look at the anomalies that have been recorded in the time frame you set there. Right, and now we see if this is actually working.
Yes, that's a big question. So does the AI or the neural network basically detect the anomalies that are in the data? So to do or to have a look at this, we just send some data into the AI where we know that there are some anomalies in there. So this is the data that we send. You can see these blue lines. We here have, for example, 5 different metrics. And the yellow background here means that this is basically a labeled anomaly in this case. So we want to detect those. And the complete overall count of anomalies in this data would be 316. So keep that number in mind. Because if we now look what this machine actually does, we can see that we spotted 305 anomalies. If we click on it, we can also see the distribution when it happened. And on the slide before, you saw there are like 2 areas where there were a lot of anomalies, and you can also see it here in this time plot, which I guess will be a bit more, get a higher resolution in the future. So the next case, what happens if everything works fine? So data like this, which looks totally normal, and we have no real anomaly in there. So then we, of course, hope that our anomaly detection will not find a lot of data. And as we see, there are like 5 anomalies. It's not perfect yet, but we find that these 5 anomalies are actually due to initialization of this whole neural network. So I think we can get rid of these. Another case, which is maybe a bit more complicated, would be this, where we have like 81 labeled anomalies, which appears in multiple matrix here. And maybe that's the key point. The good thing about this AI, it does not look only at individual metrics here and apply threshold. It sees all the metrics of one host and then can make out if some anomalous behavior is in there. And 81 anomalies, and we detect 79. So pretty close. So then to conclude our talk, the current status of this project is, we are in a 3-year research project, and right now we have like half-time. So it's 1.5 years to go. Our first proof of concept is what you just witnessed. This is our AI dashboard. And what we do now is we want to collect more data to optimize our AI models. Of course, what you saw there, these examples, they work very fine, but I have to tell you there are still examples where it's not working perfectly yet. So the lessons that we and also Comnet learned during this project is that this buzzword AI is maybe not as straightforward as it's advertised a lot of times. So there are a lot of issues that you have to take care of, that it's actually starting to give you some benefit in your task. So, for example, pre-processing and normalizing of the Checkmk monitoring data is really crucial, that the network can work with it. And what are our remaining aims and challenges? I think the most important part is that we want to use this AI dashboard to add some complementary value to static threshold-based monitoring, like it's done in Checkmk. So we want to be able to detect anomalies that would have gone unnoticed by Checkmk, for example. Of course, we want to optimize the AI model's accuracy, and we want to extend our approach to a lot of different host types and different types of applications that are running on there, and to make it really scalable to different environments. And of course, collect more data to improve the AI. So thanks for your attention, and I think we are happy to receive your questions now.
Okay. Daniel, again.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing. Really, really nice and interesting input. Obviously, it's an early stage, but looks very promising, and already, because we've been also looking into it, and much, much more actually AI compared to the competitors on the market like App Dynamics or Dynatrace, which are using AI always for advertising, but there is no AI actually behind it. Question towards Matthias or Jan. Is this something you're planning to jump on?
Oh.
Because that's I mean, that's I would say like it can be a game changer in terms of monitoring and getting
depends a
ahead
bit
on
on
the
how.
market.
It depends. What I like very much about this approach is it's very simple. So from a point of view of the user, you just feed your, as I've understood, you feed your data into some black box, and the black box shows you potential problems. That's a very, very cool approach. The question is how precise it is. So the question is, do you want to create more alerts, or do you want to reduce the number of alerts by the system? So I think it stands and falls with the precision and usefulness. So if you get too many false positives, you create too much work to make it useful. And if it's precise enough, I think it can be very helpful. Especially if you don't have some natural thresholds. For example, CPU load, which threshold should you apply? And such a system can help you to get rid of this question.
And the last thing I would like to ask, when will it be available? Or can we somehow jump on the train?
As of now, it is a research project that's still work in progress. So I guess if we see each other next year at the conference, we will show you something close to a ready product. But of course, we can discuss this.
Maybe you could speed it up with some extra funding, you know?
Or some more training data?
Oh, yeah. I have learned there's no bad data, no such data as more data.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Konstantin.
We have also one back there, Matthias then.
Okay.
Hi. One question I have is like with thresholds, it's very...
What's the point? Ich stehe im Bild. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Ja, so schön bin ich nicht. With the thresholds, it's very straightforward that when you get an alert, what is the analysis step? Like, I'm running out of memory, what is eating my memory? If you get an alert from a neural network that says there's something, I sense a disturbance in the force across these 12 metrics, do you have like a story from practice where maybe someone tried to analyze an alert, and how do you make sure that the alert not only tells you that something is wrong, but gives you an indication into what to look into?
Yeah, this is something Nicolas mentioned that right now we only get one anomaly score across all the metrics. But actually, inside of the neural network, we have the information available like anomaly scores for each of the metrics. So at least we can say the network thinks there's an anomaly because of this and this and these metrics. So this is something how we could also look deeper into it, but it's not implemented yet in the AI dashboard that we can actually visualize it. But it's definitely a next step, and I think it's required to really do some real analysis then with the, instead of just getting a count of anomalies then.
I also have a question myself. Can you detect dependencies between metrics with the AI? So you see, the CPU load on this server is somehow related to the network usage on another server. So you get information about the dependency of everything. I mean, it's a completely different topic now, but...
Yeah, it's something that we have on our list to not only be able to monitor some relations between metrics on one host, but also relations between hosts. So this would be our aim actually, that we can say okay, we have a problem there, and this might lead to this problem, and this problem, and this problem on other hosts.
Okay, but it's a second step.
It's a second step.
Other important question about the performance. You told you have 1 million services. It should be about 2 or 3 million metrics. Can you, how much can your system handle in the sense of throughput and performance? Can you simply feed everything there, or do you need to make a selection yourself?
I think right now we are just working on a subset of the whole environment. And we, from now on, want to then scale it up, because you have to take a lot of care about the data that is sent through your network, because it's actually a lot of data for each metric, for each of the hosts. And also we need the computational power, because each of these green vectors that we see there need to be processed by a neural network, and this requires a lot of computational power also. So this is, we can scale it up, but we need like more machines and more GPUs, for example, for this.
So I would expect that you need, as a user, you need to make some selection of your services where you want to look for anomalies, probably. Yeah. If you have a larger system.
Yes, I think one thing that we think of is that you can make some models that are more general, that maybe only take the real hard system-based metrics like CPU, hard disk, and memory usage. But then you can also design networks that are more or less adapted to some kind of application. So where we have also some application parameters that can go in there. So I think it depends there a bit. What do you want to have for Monto? Do you want to also detect anomalies in your application, or only some general model which works only on the system metrics? And then you have to make the selection only for this metrics that you really want to monitor. Yeah.
Okay, we have a question from someone here in the back.
I want just to reply to Daniel's request about productizing that feature. One of the things you can vote for is AI ops, and so if more feel like Daniel that this should become part of Checkmk, please put your vote here. That would be a good indicator for us that we need to research it further. Thank you.
Andrew, I have a question. You are data on a network of the hosts. Can you detect it, a DOS attack or anything, but many hosts have more data, have more network traffic? Is this a model?
I think this goes into the direction that Timo mentioned. As of now, we just look at each host individually, but there are definite plans where we want to correlate the data between different hosts, and then this would be, I think, this would be a model example for an anomaly. If we have network traffic on several hosts suddenly rising, that's essentially why we are doing this.
By the way, we have a question here from Marco, and it basically is quite in line with what Daniel asked. Will this be also available to the general community at some point?
We will talk about this later.
Okay, so maybe one last question before we go into our break.
Hi, your AI is working with boundaries. How does the AI deal with kind of planned anomalies like daily backups and so on? So they are in a kind of set time frame every night.
I think this comes to this topic of showing the network what is normality. And if these backups are also in your training data and you learn that this is normal behavior, so the AI doesn't have to be alarmed about this. And we hope that this is enough to actually not be too concerned about backups. So you have to train the network that this is normal behavior. And of course, to do this, you need a lot of these data and long time spans where every case which represents normality is actually in your training data. And that's the reason why we want to collect more and more and more.
Sounds good. So if you have an application that sometimes crashes, it learns that it's quite normal. Okay.
Maybe.
So thanks a lot for your talk. It's really interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the next 1.5 years. what you will come up with.
Yeah, we too.
So
sure.
Let's make a small break. I hope we get some coffee, some more, and we see us again here.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying watching the Checkmk Conference live stream day 2. So we are taking a 30-minute break right now. So feel free to stretch or grab a cup of coffee because we will have more talks coming up. So let's see if we have anything on the chat. So yeah, how are you guys feeling today? So we will be back at around 10:50 German time, if I'm correct. Right, so I hope you're enjoying the session for today. We're started a bit early, and I see that we have a couple of people tuning in. Right, so with that, I'll leave you to your break and see you again in a few minutes.
So, welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. Finally, we got sun again. We now have 2 short talks. It's not exactly a TED talk, but a bit in that direction. And we start with Felix.
Yeah, thank
Felix, how long are you using Checkmk?
So for the company, it's been like 2 or 3 years. For me, like 1.5.
So your main experience was doing things wrong.
I mean, I like to think not, but yeah, people disagree. So.
Okay, so I'm curious what you're going to tell us. Have fun with the next speak.
Thank you. In-person events. What a concept. I'm still super thrilled to be here. Although I'm sorry to say I have to bring some bad news. It's you're using Checkmk wrong. And okay, specifically, I'm not talking about you, certainly not you. Actually, when I say you are using it wrong, I mean me. I've made some mistakes, but I came here to tell you all about it in this little presentation that I called Doing It Wrong with Checkmk. Yeah, so as mentioned, I'm Felix. I've been sent here by the Unbelievable Machine Company. We're an ISP based in Berlin and some other cool places. We specialize in data things like big data, data science. We have data in action, data in motion, data at rest, all the things. I don't necessarily know what all of these mean, because my corner of the company is our private cloud division. We run a couple of data centers in different geographies and render managed services to our business customers. And we use Checkmk to uphold those SLAs and all that, you know, at a scale of about 2,500 devices in the Checkmk. As for me, I've been doing Linux operations things for longer than I care to admit. I'm a bit of a puppet nerd, and I gotta be real, I did barely ever leave my apartment in this Corona time. So if you've met me on the grounds and it was a very awkward experience, what can I say? I'm trying my best and I'm sorry. But now I'm up here, you are down there, so I can just talk at you, everybody's safe, and I can tell you about anti-patterns. What do I mean by that? So I figure most of you are probably also in operations roles, and we face challenges almost daily, right? And we solve those in ingenious and cool ways. But sometimes we also solve them in odd and crude ways that we might prefer nobody to ever see. But then our teammates do see them, and sometimes they repeat them. And before you know it, the whole team has built some very odd habits of solving certain problems in odd ways. And an anti-pattern is born. I like to think of it as kind of like dental hygiene. Like if you have good habits around your dental hygiene, you don't really think about it a lot, and you probably have a nice smile. If you have bad habits, then sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm not sure where I was going with this. I think it was something about teaching a man how to fish. It doesn't matter. First anti-pattern for the day. I call it copying and pasting rules in Checkmk. So let's get right down in the nitty-gritty of running Checkmk, right? So assume this is your folder structure. You may have folders for your different data center locations. If you're a service provider like me, you may have subfolders for your customers. It matters little what the subfolders are, but you may notice that my customer A has infrastructure in more than one location. That's not so unusual, right? Geo-redundancy, whatever. Also, it doesn't really matter. What matters is who customer A is, and you know those people. They are those that build nothing standard. Everything is custom. You cannot monitor everything with built-in stuff. No. You get to do HTML form submissions, like on non-standard HTTP ports, and there's weird IDs everywhere that have to be right. And yeah, so in the list of your monitoring rules, it looks kind of like this. It's this huge blob, and that's not all, right? Because customer A has all these locations. I have folders for customer A in all of these different parent folders, and so these are rules for essentially just one check, right? For these nodes, and I mean, look, if you feel it would be a good time maintaining this and making changes to all of these, I cannot help you. I propose there's a better way, which is we just want to keep one copy of this type of rule. So if we have just one, I guess we need to put it in the main directory, right? It has to be effective in all the locations. But then it needs to be limited to just my customer A. So I propose we add a label condition, and I invented a label and called it customer A : this service. And then all I have to really do is copy-paste a very simple rule. And this goes in all the customer folders, and it applies this very label. So yeah, by all means, do use the copy rule feature. It's what it's there for. But think a little on what rules you really want to proliferate, right? Next anti-pattern, I call it the file salad. It looks kind of like this. You probably cannot read it from the back. That's not a problem. I don't want you to read it. What it was a huge list of what Checkmk calls the unpackaged files. What are those? Those are your custom files that you can put in your monitoring sites, like your custom special agents, your custom agent plugins, custom checks, all these things. And if you don't install them cleanly through extension packages, then they are considered unpackaged. And if you keep doing this, they pile up. And it gets a little awkward maintaining that, right? So you have to keep a lot of things in mind. Oof, if I touch this plugin, what will it mean? Do I need to update the check as well? Is there more than one check? It's a mess. The solution is right on this page as well. You find all this in the extension packages section, actually, of the Checkmk setup. And there's the subpage for unpackaged files. And there's a button right here, create package. So it's almost as simple as hitting that button. Of course, you still have to fill the form, but the form is pretty simple as well. So it has a few required fields. The optional fields, some of them will be filled automatically with good values for you. So yeah, you just get to fill the package name, your package version. I recommend also filling the homepage URL field. It may point to your wiki or whatever documentation system. For me, it usually points to a Git tree. More on that in a minute. Then you choose from your very large list of unpackaged files to select which of your files will go into this particular package. And you're done. You wrapped everything into a beautiful package, and now you have your own extension package that you can install like all your other extension packages that you normally download, right? If you're a bit of a curmudgeon like me, you can also use the CLI for this. Works just as well. And I've mentioned having your extensions in Git, right? I would recommend checking out this little project from GitHub, Checkmk Treasures from Bastian. It includes the script mkp packer. And this allows you to, if you have a Git tree with the files for your extension package, you maintain them in your Git, and then you can create new versions of your extensions without doing it through Checkmk. So it gets even more streamlined. So yeah, with all of these tools at hand, I hope you can take control of your unpackaged files, and when you look at your list next time, you don't have to feel like this poor schmuck, because I know I did. Next anti-pattern, managing agent files from outside Checkmk. What do I mean by agent files? So the behavior of the agent is controlled by a lot of things, right? There are plugins, configuration files, local checks. It depends on how you use Checkmk. And I suppose that most of you also use some form of config management for the machines where you run your agents, yes? Maybe you use Puppet. Maybe you do everything through Ansible. I don't know what the young people use for config management. It matters not. What matters is if your config management cares for, say, an agent plugin, and you also run the automatic agent updater in Checkmk, which you probably should, then you may end up in a situation where the agent updater and the config management disagree about how a certain file should look like. And then at what amounts to random times, they enforce their respective view of what it should be. And yeah, if that happens in your monitoring infrastructure, not a good situation for anyone involved, right? So as you can guess, my proposed solution is to keep your config management out of the Checkmk files. Just lean into the agent bakery, make good rules in Checkmk to make it so each agent really is exactly what it needs to be, and you won't run into any problems. And yeah, speaking of rules, next anti-pattern is avoiding Wato, or rather I should say setup, right? A quick show of hands, who's old enough to remember Wato? Oh yeah, my people, nice. So Checkmk setup, it can be daunting, right? There's lots of stuff going on, many rule sets, but it has a nice order to it. Everything is in sections. There's a search, and once you find the rule set for which you want to create or edit something, the form is very practical. You see what you can do and what you can't do. It's pretty good. You might have someone on your team who's like me, who dislikes using web interfaces and gets a little angry when they have to touch the mouse. And of course, also you want to automate things, right? So, but yeah, touching the mouse, jeez. Checkmk has you covered. There's the web API. There's the REST API. We've heard that the web API is going away. The REST API is going to do all the things you will ever need, apparently. But as of right now, these will do the simple tasks for you. You know, adding hosts, setting downtimes. For the heavy lifting, managing your rules and everything, just go to Wato. Setup. Easy, Felix. Also, if the setup UI does not do something you need, you can create your own plugin in the popular Python language, which of course also gives you lots of opportunity to do things in weird and non-standard ways. So the next 14 anti-patterns will be about Python. Are you ready? Okay, I cannot really see your faces from up here, but I want to think some of you will be in shock and dismay, which you rightfully are. And good news, I'm just kidding. Even if I had the time, I wouldn't do this to you. So just to drive home the point that I've been trying to make here. I think you should know the strengths of your tools, and Checkmk is no exception, and play to these strengths. Some tools out there try to be everything and do everything in every scenario that anyone could conceive. I feel those are not the best tools. The really good tools do a few things and do them very well. And that's where I see Checkmk. So such tools come with some baked-in opinions. I guess I'm arguing, please try and find ways to agree to those opinions. It's usually the best call. Sometimes, if you have very special needs, you may want to get off the beaten path. And hey, you might do something extraordinary this way. But then it may also backfire terribly. So think before you act, right? One little piece of advice, maybe get the support from Tribe29. My employer does, and I've used it a couple of times, and I was never disappointed. They are very good at what they do. One last thing, we are hiring. I know. None of you are looking for a job, but maybe tell a friend. I don't know. And with that, thank you for bearing with my antics. I cannot take any questions right now, I'm told, but find me on the floor. I'm looking very much forward to hearing your sob stories. Thank you.
Thanks, Felix. That was really amazing and really fun.
Thank you.
So, yeah, and we move on to Gerd and Nico. And they have found a cool solution for bringing CMDB data to Checkmk that, as I understand from the title, does not involve any programming. So let's see what's going on. Have fun.
It's a low-tech approach. Hello, everyone. Wow, what a tough act to follow.
So
we have a clicker. Cool. We're here to talk about the DCT file connector, and if that raises some eyebrows, good. We have 15 minutes to solve that, and we're projecting. Sorry for the buzzword. No-code DCD connector for everyone who doesn't want to dive into the Python code. Okay. So, quick introduction. My name is Gerd Stolz. I've been doing monitoring at SVA for a couple of years. I'm wearing an old T-shirt just to prove it. And I'm a hobby ninja athlete, and I brought someone along to do the heavy lifting, tech-wise.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Nico. I mostly dabble in DevOps at SVA. Before that, my main occupation was being a Python developer, and I think this is what Gerd actually contacted me because he had some issues he wanted to face, and he had a good idea how to solve it with the DCD. Yeah, and if I'm not doing tech stuff, I'm usually either on a bike or in the kitchen.
Okay, so just quick summary for SVA. We're a system integrator based in Wiesbaden. We've been doing this for 25 years. There's about 2,300 of us. And we've been doing Checkmk for a while, but not as long as some others in here, so yeah, bear with us. Actual thing, what we're talking about. Why do we actually want to connect to a CMDB? I think CMDB has been mentioned a few times before. Basically, you have a huge database where everything that you want to know about all your environment, all your hosts is placed. Ideally, your CMDB is your single source of truth, so you have a reliable list of systems that is not your monitoring system. I think for most customers, it is the monitoring system, but if you have a CMDB, that's actually what the point is. And why do you want to use it with Checkmk? Well, first, if you have a single source of truth, it makes sense to reuse it. And in some situations we've seen, it's a good way to actually convince your users that they get some value out of their CMDB, because once they update their CMDB, they get some monitoring, and if they don't, they get no monitoring. So that's why some customers that have contacted us wanted to connect to their CMDB. Why did we build a no-code connector? Well, I think there's maybe something between 80 to 100 monitoring tools and about the same number of CMDBs, at least it feels like it. And then there's customers who build their own CMDB because that's the best way to do it, I think. And not all of these CMDBs offer a REST API or any sort of export. So actually the cases that we have seen is just go directly to the SQL database, query the shit out of it, and get some CSV files as a result. And actually, you could directly query an SQL database from Checkmk, but that has some issue itself, permissions, firewalls, whatsoever, and troubleshooting the whole thing gets more complex, while if you have a CSV file in the middle, it gets fairly easy because you can look at the CSV file, decide, is that actually the number of hosts and this type of host that I want to import? Do I have all the information? And if you don't, then you can troubleshoot a CSV file, which is much easier to troubleshoot within the DCD. So that's why we have the file in between, because it's very easy to manage. And then why do we use the DCD? Quick introduction, because I'm not sure if everyone uses the feature, since so far I think there's only the piggyback connector. It's the dynamic config daemon, or in the 2.0 it was renamed, so now it's in the GUI you see it as dynamic host management. It's part of Checkmk since I think 1.6, and it allows you to add, change, or remove hosts within Checkmk. It's part of the whole permission system, so you don't need any external tools. It takes care of the scheduling, it takes care of logging, so it pretty much handles a lot of the nitty-gritty that you don't want to have to handle. And that offers you a very easy way to get users to configure additional jobs, because you can configure more DCD jobs if you need them to. And something that we just realized and didn't even manage to put on the slides anymore, if you can use the DCD, it's very easy to ship a new connector to customers, because you can just package this as an MKP, which is the easiest way of deploying anything in Checkmk, I think. And now we can check out what we actually have done with it.
Yeah, so now we have the overview what we are trying to achieve, and this is actually a screenshot out of Wado. How did the first version look? You see it's very minimal. Back then it was called CSV import, and it did exactly that. You had some hosts in a file. On the bottom side you see how such a file could have looked. Everything that is not a host name would be handled as a label, and once hosts are imported, or their labels are updated, we will trigger the service discovery. So it's very simple at that level, but this is how we started out. But this worked well, and over time, there were requests for adding some more things into it. Since we were working with existing monitoring instances, there already were hosts there that have been managed before, and we had found a way to take them over so that now our CMDB is actually the source of information for that host. So we found a way to take them over, and also since our customers requested it, we found some ways to limit what we actually want to import, because maybe sometimes you have only the Linux hosts in your monitoring solution, and you don't want to monitor anything Windows, and you might have a name that resembles what kind of system you have, so you can now limit this. Also over time, we added some more support for different file systems. Here we have some JSON, another popular format, so all the following examples will be in JSON because we think this is easier to read than a CSV file for a human. One of the things we started out with was managing the labels. This has actually grown quite a bit. We manage the labels, we import them. If your host has a label we don't have, we will add it. We will update the labels corresponding to whatever we find in the file. And also some features came along the time. You can prefix the labels to see where is the source. Maybe you want to show this is the label that's coming from our CMDB. So we know, OK, this is automatically set. We do not alter what is already there from different sources. So if you have manually changed labels on a host, you added some more that aren't in the CMDB because it's useful for your case, we do not touch this. Also, another nice feature we had from a customer request is that we are able to sort the hosts into different folders based on what labels they possess. So for example, if you have like data centers with different locations, you could just label them, and then it would get sorted into the appropriate folders automatically. With this in place, we thought, why should we stop there? We decided to add prefixes to fields to represent different things we want to manage. We saw on the previous slide there was a label underscore prefix to the label, actually, so you can explicitly say this is label, and then we use that mechanism to also take care of the tags we can supply to a host. Also, we are able to manage the attributes a host has, and if you like, you can manage the IP addresses as well. All of this is then coming from a file, no code involved. Just by giving the fields a specific name, you are able to decide what actually do you want to change on the host based on whatever is in your CMDB. In general, we are really, really happy with the DCD at all. We have instances that are managing tens of thousands of hosts. Checking if there is any update of a host is usually a matter of mere seconds. But some things we found out, API interaction might take some time. Especially when you're adding tens of thousands of hosts or changing a lot of hosts. So we added some chunking to not overload the system, to give it some time, which is especially important if you're using the automatic service discovery on a host, because if you import like 1,000 hosts at once, and now you want to discover the service on all of them, it takes some time and might make your UI respond a little bit slower than you'd like. Another thing we found out is that the DCD API client, which is provided by the DCD framework itself, is quite limited. So we had to work around a little bit. But I'm happy that here Tribe is listening to our feedback, and they are extending what is possible. Also, quite recently, there's been the change to move the DCD client to the REST API, which is a very welcome addition for us, because the HTTP API, as most of you probably know, has quite some limitations, and also is slow in that regard because, for example, we couldn't use bulk imports, so each host has to be added manually with one API call instead of just like giving a list of hosts we wanted to add. So on our roadmap right now, what we're looking to implement next is we want to support the management board feature of Checkmk. And the other great thing we are looking forward to is, since we now have the REST API at our hands in the DCD, we want to move to hosts, because when we added hosts and sorted them into folders, they would stay there. But you couldn't simply move them. This is a feature that only is available through the REST API. So with the HTTP API that previously was part of the DCD, we couldn't do this. So yeah, while this is a look into the longer future, this is probably coming somewhere in the next months. Let's look at now. Gerd?
Yeah. So if you're curious, okay, where do I go from here? You can check it out. It's on GitHub. It's also on the Checkmk Exchange. Quick note there: with the current beta, there's a few minor glitches that we're working on with Tri-29. So maybe not run it with the beta 7, but on 2.0 you can check it and it's working. You can find it with File Connector or just DCD, because I think it's the first DCD plugin there is. Maybe a quick summary. This is not rocket science. So if you're looking for a much more complicated CMDB integration and you need different rules and stuff, Bastian Kuhn published a CMDB syncer a week ago, and we found out 2 days ago, and we're like, how cool is that? Monkey see, monkey do. So there's different solutions for that. We're not the only ones. But if you think this is the way for you to go, and you just need a minor change, contact us, talk to us, or ask your questions right now. Yeah, and we're done.
Thanks a lot. Sounds pretty easy and pretty cool.
It is easy. Yeah, that was the goal.
No more hacking of .mk files like in ancient days.
Hopefully not. Yeah, don't ever touch .mk files.
But that was very fast.
It was
creating ASCII files.
It was fast until it broke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So thanks a lot, and we'll continue with Marcel, who will show us cool new features of Checkmk, new integrations. Because a monitoring system lives with integrations.
It's all about integrations.
And how did you recover from the evening event?
From the evening event, I'm feeling better now.
You just came here.
Slowly, but now it's getting better.
Okay.
And I saw many of you have the same feelings than me.
Most people are here again, so
yeah.
Very
honestly, I was surprised how many people have been here when I arrived. So, respect.
Yeah, so have fun with the next talk. Marcel, thank you. And
thank you.
Let's listen.
So, let's start. So, what I want to talk about is some integrations. And if you take a look at the title slide, you may ask yourself what have these three names in common. And I truly hope you will find out during this talk. So for those of you who don't know me, I've been told I have to introduce myself a second time for the viewers in the live stream. So I'm Marcel Ahrens at Tribe29. I'm working several years with Checkmk. And to start, I want you all to go inside yourself and take a look at your company you're working with or the customers you're working with, and think about the following problem. And I guess some of you may know that. When working with monitoring on different tools, you will get to the point that different departments of a company will use different tools for such things like monitoring. And you could go in there and say, yeah, Checkmk is much better, and they will probably be right. But in most cases, it will not work because these people are used to work with their tools and they have no need to change that. So you could either try to convince them further or just work with that. And by working with that, you have some options. You can provide them a way to use direct data of Checkmk directly. You could just duplicate the data and make them accessible for the other department. Or, in the other case, of course, you could also import data. And now we have the story for our three names. And the first one is Grafana. When using Grafana, you have a tool that is summarizing different data sources from all over the IT architecture or infrastructure. It could be databases, it could be another monitoring tool or applications. And by bringing them all together in a summarized visualization, you don't have to care anymore what's the data coming from. And that's the main concept of Grafana, I guess. And for Checkmk, we developed, as Jan spoiled yesterday already, a couple of years, a connector to work with Grafana and to access data in Checkmk Live, because duplicating data is bad, right? And by doing that, we made a lot of experiences, and we learned a lot over the last years how this connector is working, what works good, what is not so good, where should we change a little thing and tweak a little. And the main things that we cared about is first, of course, the usability. We learned a lot about that. We cared about the performance that is particularly connected and related to the usability. And as a side effect, we also improved the security of our connector. And of course, since not DataDog, Grafana is this tool, since Grafana changed its API to build plugins to integrate other tools, we wanted to be future-proof and completely rewrote the whole connector to be in this position to maintain that for another several years. And what in the past worked pretty well has been the setup. So we didn't change a lot of things here. It stayed very easy, it's straightforward, and as in maybe other integrations, there are no complicated options. There are no several ways to enter username and secrets and authentication forms and this and that. But just providing the URL, username and secret, that's it. So there's literally nothing more to tell about that. It's so easy. What we changed about here are two things. First of all, we enhanced the security by the given secret. So as in this moment you enter the secret, it's invisible and it's not provided anymore and not seeable anymore for other users or for yourself. So your secret is safe. And the second thing we changed is that you now are able to change the edition you are connecting to. And I will refer to that later on, because this is one thing we needed to do to improve the performance, and I will tell you why later. The second thing that you will do when you set up the Grafana connector is that you obviously try to build a dashboard, and by doing that in a panel, it's called panel in Grafana, you will enter your time series data or some other metrics. And by using that, we optimize that as much as possible. We radically simplified this configuration. Some of you, one question, who used the Grafana connector, the old connector, since now? Okay, that's some people. And you might remember that you have to decide a lot of this, you make a lot of decisions to get finally to your result. You had to decide which site you want to connect to. You had to decide if you want to show a predefined graph or a combined graph or a single metric. And we cleaned that out, all of that, by just making it a filter, like we do in Checkmk. Everything is filtering and everything is a filter. And there's no distinction between different graph types or different time series types or different sites or anything else. It's just a filter. So you get to your result as fast as possible. So in my case, I enter just a service regex, like you may know from Checkmk, the CPU util, and by doing that, I already get a separated list of metrics or graphs I can distinct from, and just need to choose off my aggregation if I get more than one metric. And of course, you can distinct and choose if you want to display your known metrics, your known predefined graphs from Checkmk, because we already defined what metrics belong together. And you can do that, or you can choose to just display a single metric. And that's it. Of course, when we already did the work, we added some more filter options, like the host labels or in which group a host is, and the host tags. And again, here, the usage is quite the same than it is in Checkmk. So you don't have to learn new things, you don't have to learn new ways of working with Checkmk metrics. And to show that, it's always, I guess, a good example if you have a picture that is moving actually. And so let's see what's happening. And here, I just opened this Checkmk data source. I enter a service regex like I did before, like in this case, CPU load. And you may see that immediately in real time, the metric has been discovered which one you are able to display. So host tags, as I said, look quite the same. And here again, I can enter my pattern and get immediately the result to have my result as fast as possible for an arbitrary amount of hosts or services or metrics. And this leads to my distinction between the performance improvements. The first one is the, where is it? There is it. The usability performance. So it feels more performant now to work with the integration and the connector and to enter your metrics and graphs. But we not only improved the feeling of our connector, we also improved the actual performance, the real performance of this connector. And we did that by the mentioned distinction between the additions. In the old connector, you had not to make that decision. And we, on the other side, had to think about what we can rely on. And it's a difference between the raw edition and the enterprise edition, obviously. And by thinking about what we can rely on, we have to rely on the minimal thing that we can count on. And by distincting between the raw edition and the enterprise edition, you now have to, we don't have to do that anymore. We can say, hey, if you're using the raw edition, we can make these calls, and if you use the enterprise edition, we don't have to fetch all the metrics anymore, like a predefined graph of 4 metrics, fetch all 4 metrics, skip the 3 one, and discard them, and just display the 1. So we improved that by this distinction. The second thing is, and this leads me to my next slide in a second, the second thing is that in the old connector, the connection to the Checkmk server has actually been done from the client. So the client is your browser on your machine, on your laptop, on your desktop, or anywhere else. And this led to that you needed to make two connections, one to the Grafana server and one to the Checkmk server. And if the Checkmk server is somewhere else, there is a bit of delay. So this is a performance improvement, but it's also a security improvement because, like I said, if you need to access the Checkmk directly, there are some implications of that. First of all, you have to be allowed to access the Checkmk server. And second of all, you have to make these mentioned 2 connections. By not doing that anymore, we had 2 things. First of all, the performance improvement I already mentioned. But secondly, the user has to access the Checkmk directly anymore, and we are able now to hide the password, because this password has been sent all over and again to the Checkmk server. It's necessary because the user client made a connection, right? And now the password is never shown to the user or is never send it again and again and again because the Grafana server is making the connection. So if you're now really excited about trying out a new connector, you can do that and visit us on Checkmk on GitHub by taking a look what we've done, taking a look what if it's fitting to you and experimenting with that. You can also download directly the second beta version of this connector. And if you have questions that are not answered in this talk, you obviously can also go to the updated documentation for that connector. So I lied a little bit because I said duplication of data is always wrong or is wrong. And if that would be true, I had nothing to tell about InfluxDB because it's about duplicating data. So the truth will be obviously that there are reasons why you want to duplicate data. And one reason, there are several reasons actually, but I picked one reason because it's fitting on the slides to show you that. In a bigger company, in a bigger Checkmk infrastructure, you have a lot of monitoring data coming into Checkmk, and Checkmk is computing this data and making some metrics out of this data and stores them in Checkmk, and that's working usually pretty fine. And what also is working usually pretty fine is that users are accessing constantly all these metrics and data. But in some cases, if you have a huge amount of this data, it may be not the best way to do that because you have two workloads, writing and reading, all the time on the same server, on the same data set, on the same file systems. And by just separating them into two things, you could distribute your workload into two separate things. You'd write it on Checkmk, you distribute it one time to a, for example, time series database, and then make the time series database making the workload for accessing data constantly to all your users worldwide. And InfluxDB is perfect for doing exactly that, maybe. So why choosing InfluxDB? InfluxDB is the most popular time series database at the moment. So, and we had this connection before with the graphite connection over the Carbon protocol. And what we did is that we enabled Checkmk to speak with the new version of InfluxDB. And by doing that, we used common things that you already know from other places in Checkmk. We use connection and rules. I will come to back right after this slide. And we tried and we ensured that we translate the terms and the things, the data structures between Checkmk and InfluxDB to keep the value types actually while sending the data to InfluxDB, keeping a Boolean value true or false and not a string, keeping an int to an int, obviously, and send these converted metrics to InfluxDB and this time use the retention features and the tenant features of InfluxDB natively. And I know I'm stressing that a little bit, but it's pretty easy. You have the connections in Checkmk, and you can add as many connections as you want. If you have several InfluxDB servers running around the world, you may add all of them in Checkmk. And you may distribute these ones to the individual sites you're using. If you have in the USA your own InfluxDB server and your Checkmk site, you can distribute it to them while managing it, continue to manage it in a central way. And not only that, for each connection, you have an overview. Is this connection actually used? Is it enabled? Did I connect to this InfluxDB server? And more, do I use this connection actually? am I sending metrics potentially to this InfluxDB server? And the entry point, so the configuration of this connection is fairly simple. You just have to distinguish between your protocol, HTTP, HTTPS. I recommend the second one. Change the default port if necessary, and just enter the host name and the token that you get from the InfluxDB server. It's fairly simple in this case too. And then you need, of course, to decide and tell Checkmk which metric to send to which InfluxDB connection. And we're using the approved concept that we had in the old connector by using rules for that. So you can add your conditions as usual and tell InfluxDB how to send and which metric to send to which connection or to which retention, with which retention time and to which organization. If you're coming from a new connection and you have no rule for that, you get directly to the configuration page of a rule, because obviously you need to add a rule to make that work. If you have already a rule and you see that in the background in the previous slide, you get an insight of which rule is used for this connection you're coming from. So evaluation like you know that from other parts on Checkmk when you have the context. And the rule itself is structured in a way that you can go from top to down with a guided configuration, choosing the connection, choosing your organization, choosing your bucket, and then telling Checkmk what to do, how to enrich your data with the metric. And we added some metrics similar when looking at the old connector. For example, we added the possibility to send the actual service state as a metric. So you have your service as a metric, and the value of this metric will be 0, 1, or 2, like the OK1 crit in Checkmk, to fetch this data directly and not go over a metric of this service, especially then if this service has no metrics in itself. We added some options and we revised the options to choose from which to send additionally to the original metric, like the state of a host or the downtime. Like I said, the Boolean value, the true or false. Is this metric of a service that is currently in downtime or that is acknowledged? And last but not least, we translated the usage of Checkmk using tagging and labeling your services, metrics, and hosts, and to translate that into InfluxDB by sending possibilities like the host name and service name, of course, that's the default, but you also can send the host tags or host labeled service labels to enrich your data and to find your data more easy. I think you know what's coming. If you have problems or if you want to know the exact details, we also added here and updated the article for exporting data and metrics out of Checkmk. And this article is not only about the new connector, which you should use for InfluxDB 2.0, but also for the old connector that is using the Carbon protocol also in this article. Lastly, DataDog. So we talked about how to export data from Checkmk to other tools. And you may have asked yourself already what's about importing data, because I'm a Checkmk user. I want to import data and to make it available for me. And we did a lot of things in the last years or in the last versions. For example, in the 2.0, we added the Prometheus importer, the Prometheus data source, to integrate other monitoring tools into Checkmk. And in this version, we are doing that, and we are starting that with DataDog. So why importing data into Checkmk? For those of you who have no clue about it yet. So I picked, again, one common use case. You have a department that is using a specific tool, in this case DataDog, and they're working with them and they're totally fine with that. But some data in this tool is also relevant for your IT operations, for your support, for your admins that are maintaining the servers or other things. And they are used to use Checkmk for monitoring and alerting. They have all the possibilities in Checkmk to process the alerts and make notifications after that to notify the people in a specific way. But these two worlds are distinct. So when the dev team is identifying an issue, there has been no way to transport that to Checkmk. And that's what we are doing now. We are importing the alert that is affecting the IT operations because they are responsible to solve the issue and enable them to use the mentioned all existing complex options and individual options to notify the people. So we actually making these information available to the people who are responsible for that. And by doing that, we treated DataDog as a regular endpoint, as a regular data source with all the options and all the possibilities to control the level of detail for these fetch data, for example. So you can distinct by using DataDog labels to tell what I am interested in, what's belonging for me, who do I care about. And we started with the basic data, actually, with fetching monitors. Monitors are the alerts in DataDog, or are treated as alerts in Checkmk, and of course the events. And importing events is used or is done by using our event console in Checkmk. So it integrates natively with our tool to use all the options and possibilities in Checkmk, like counting issues of the same type, or auto-resolving issues if they recover again. And the second thing is the already mentioned monitors, the alerts in DataDog that we are importing and treating as a service to have full control. Do I just want to observe what's happening in DataDog or in this service or in this thing that is monitored? Or do I want to actually alert or notify some colleagues to become actionable? And you will be massively surprised, I guess. There's also a documentation for that, for those of you who are very interested now and like to discover how to integrate it into your Checkmk and how to benefit from the information of the developers that are relevant for you and your team. And now I'm really curious about your questions.
So,
hi. How about connecting Grafana to distributed monitoring? So is it connected to the live status as well, or do I have to connect all the satellites directly?
No, you're connecting to the main site of Checkmk, and Checkmk cares about the rest.
Thank you.
Simple question, simple answer. Any further questions from the audience? Yeah. Sasha.
Hi. Is it possible to import the status in the Grafana data source? On the last version, I could not import the status of host and services.
Yeah, the problem is the state of a service or of a host is no metric.
Yes.
So if you're importing a state into Grafana, you would have two options. The first option would be just to have a panel like I showed yesterday, to have a single state or a single metric, because you always can only display the current value of the service. And that's currently not done in the Grafana connector. We focused on several other things. And the second approach would be that we do actually a metric out of the state, and I wouldn't recommend that. So we just have to stick on the first option. But yeah, that's a good suggestion. I'm not sure currently about how to tell the user that this particular thing is not working in a time series database, in a time series graph, sorry, but just in a single state or in a single metric. So as soon as we figure that out, how to make that happen, and how to tell the user how to use that, I guess it's a good idea.
Martin, do we have any questions from the live stream?
Yes, the one was already asked, and the other one, I am sure you will like variables. I don't know if I have to mention more about that.
Yeah, I ranted about variables yesterday, but they are pretty important, and I know that. When we revised and rewrote the Grafana connector, we already knew that this is very important, but we focused on doing the first thing right by simplifying the configuration of a panel. And when we enhance and add further features to this Grafana connector, the variables were the first thing. So next time I will talk about a new feature in the Grafana connector, it will most likely be the variables.
There's someone in the back.
One question, if I understand correctly, there are two possibilities to visualize Checkmk metrics in Grafana. One is you have Checkmk data source and in Grafana, and the other option is you let Checkmk duplicate the data into Influx, and then you can still use Grafana. Is there a recommendation which one is best? Or any advantages using the one method or the other?
I will give you the best answer I know of, and that is it depends. If you're fine with accessing the data directly of Checkmk, because you have an infrastructure that is working with that, and it's working like that, then it's totally fine. You have, obviously, with InfluxDB, some other options. Like I said, the load balancing. You can balance the load between write and read of metrics, because usually you read metrics much more often than you write them. But yeah, I stick to the answer, it depends on your infrastructure, and it depends on your requirements. If you want to consolidate all your metrics of your different tools,
I will try both and decide then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
One question about InfluxDB. Is there an interval how often the data is sent to Influx, or is it instantly?
I'm sorry, I did not understand the question and I cannot see you.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, at the left side.
Sorry.
Is there an interval how often the data is sent to InfluxDB, or is it instantly? And
I have one question back.
Okay.
Did you use the graphite connector?
No.
Okay, then I can skip that part. The short answer is it is sent directly to InfluxDB, and we do that over a dedicated TCP connection. So we ensured that you not get lost, or your metric does not get lost because of using a UDP connection, and it's anywhere.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from the audience?
You have already some time. Still some time.
Then I ask a question from the online audience or the digital audience.
Yes.
Can Grafana run in a container on the Checkmk host or Checkmk side?
Yeah,
or would you do that?
Huh?
Would you do it?
Privately, yes. Just because I have a bunch of hosts. In production, I don't know. But yeah, the answer is yes. Technically, it's possible, of course. You have to take care what I said about the how is the client or the connection is done by now. So the connection to Checkmk is not done anymore by the client. So in the Grafana, if you run it in a Docker container, you have to take care about that the Docker container is actually accessing through the right subnet, because it's not in the public anymore.
I also have a question. So in a situation where you just use Checkmk as a single source of information, would you think that using Grafana makes sense because of some additional dashboarding, or is the current state of the Checkmk dashboarding sufficient or even superior to what Grafana can do?
I guess that is a suggestive question.
No, because
but yeah, the answer is I guess I can't give a direct answer. The reason to use Grafana is not all because of Grafana is better or Checkmk is better or anything else is better. It's because of people are used to use Grafana. It's a fact. You're coming from the academy, you're coming from studying, and you're using Grafana since several years, and you know your stuff, and you know all the benefits and all the not so good features, like every tool has. And it's much easier for such persons to work with Grafana, to continue to work with Grafana. And we wanted to enable them to use the benefits from Checkmk by accessing the data to visualize their thing. And of course, I'm working with Trial 29. I would always say Checkmk dashboarding is better. And
no,
it
but
depends on you if you believe
we are
me.
very honest and open here. So, but I think Checkmk has made great leaps with dashboarding in the last versions. And in the ancient times, there was a big gap between what Grafana can do and what Checkmk can do. So you have spent much time with Grafana, so what's the experience from the feature set of dashboarding? Because you will also lose some information when you send information from Checkmk to Grafana, because in Checkmk all graphic is integrated. Checkmk knows about which metrics belong together with the graph templates and so on.
And there are more things. Checkmk does now about the units and translate them natively into other values. And in Grafana, you have to do that manually. I don't want to talk about the benefits or the caveats in Grafana or Checkmk. And you're right, there are reasons to use Checkmk, because we are doing some things better and other things are better done in Grafana. And I guess it's a useless battle between.
No, I didn't think of a battle. It was just a question. If you start from scratch, you have nothing, then you use Checkmk. Then the question is the effort worth setting up Grafana? Or do you think the additional benefit is not worth the effort?
I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend to use Grafana, but I'm totally fine. And in the last months and years, I learned so many things about the dashboarding that I thought, I guess, nobody knows. That I think there's so potential power in Checkmk and dashboarding that we can use it.
Because the hidden power of Checkmk dashboarding.
The hidden power. Yeah, in fact, Checkmk is not known for its dashboarding. It's known for its huge amount of check plugins and creating the data. But I guess that's wrong.
I mean, but as you say, some of the features are really hidden, and
maybe some more questions from the audience.
We worked hard to make them more visible. But yeah, question from the audience.
Doc has a question.
Okay, go on. Go ahead.
Hi, Christian.
Hi. Grafana has one advantage because you can add different data sources like Elasticsearch, whatever, Checkmk and so on, and in one view. And if you adjust the time frame, what you are looking for, then everything on your view will be adjusted again. So this is a very big advantage.
Do we have any online questions?
Yes, I have one from Gerald, who's also here, but I will still ask it here now. Is it possible to use the Grafana graphs in reports, in Checkmk reports, I guess?
I heard about that. There are rumors that it's possible to use Grafana panels or dashboards directly in Checkmk, but I can nothing tell about that. Maybe Gerald is able to, since he asked the question.
More questions?
I have another one. I'm trying to decipher what it actually means from Laurent. If you access from Grafana the metrics in Checkmk, is there anything which should be considered regarding security? Because anyone can access any metrics, whether they are supposed to or not.
I do not understand what he's meaning. What is meant with anyone or anything can access. So if you're configuring the data source, the connector in Grafana, you are obligated to enter a username and a password or a secret. And by doing that, you have the full control of what this account is able to access in Checkmk. So if you have the problem that you have a tenant infrastructure and you need to have several data sources because several parts of your team or several parts of your company needs to access several things, you can easily set up additional data sources in Grafana, I guess, to make that happen.
But you lose the user authentication control in Checkmk. So if you have 1,000 Checkmk users and everyone can see different things, and you export that to Grafana, then there's just one user.
That's true.
And you
That's
lose that information basically.
Yes.
Yeah. So I
Time
think
for lunch.
we skipped
I'm
to
fine,
the good
and
part.
the time is off.
Marcel, thanks a lot for your insights, and
thank you.
Have a nice lunch break.
Hello again, everyone. We're going to take a break again, but it's longer this time, so you have some time to grab lunch or maybe dinner, depending on your time zone. For me, actually, it's tea time. So this one's a longer break, and we'll be back at 1:15 German time. So you have around 1 hour and 15 minutes of break this time. Right, so just a reminder, we have feedback forms for the previous sessions, and you can access them on Slido. So you can access them on checkmk.com/live or slido.com, and then enter the code CMKConf8. Right, so see you again in a few minutes, or an hour and 15 minutes. See ya.
Welcome back. Sorry again for the queues. Next year we need to rearrange the food a bit better, so you need to wait so long. I hope it was good anyway. We continue with Simon. Anyone who has joined the conference last year already know what Simon does. It's about robots. Simon, how long is it ago that we have first met at the monitoring Stammtisch in Munich nearby?
The monitoring Stammtisch. The first one or the...
It was a regular Stammtisch in Munich once a month, I guess, here nearby at Console.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a place where I first showed live status.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, in the Franziskaner.
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember. Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, and then you went. Then you started at Console. After
yes.
that, was it?
Yes. Then I was 8 years at Console, and then I started self-employed.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And now, with a bit of luck, you will join the tribe.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's listen to the future of monitoring with Robotmk, and I'm especially curious what has changed over the last year. So
yeah. Okay.
let's have fun with Simon.
Thanks Matthias. So, hello everybody. My name is Simon Meckle. I'm the author of Robotmk, and welcome to my talk. Synthetic monitoring. You probably wonder about this term because, especially in Germany, we always talked about end-to-end monitoring in the past. Well, the term synthetic monitoring means a little bit more, and it is more common in the whole world, especially in the US. So, what is synthetic monitoring, and why is it, especially for you as Checkmk users, important? With Checkmk, you can monitor a lot. You're getting thousands of different metrics, and this is all good and makes sense. But this mess of metrics and services doesn't tell you exactly how your end users see your applications, how their end user experience is. And synthetic monitoring tries to give an answer to this question, and it is divided into two disciplines. First, there's application availability and performance monitoring. Available means, do the required services and the application itself respond at all? And how performant are they? How long does it take to get a response from one of these services? And the second discipline is application transaction monitoring. These checks go even deeper and execute a series of actions on the application user interface. So you probably ask now, I can already implement tests for availability and performance with Checkmk. Why do we need synthetic monitoring? Well, this is true, but not really true. There's a little difference. Let me explain. It's correct, with Checkmk you can implement checks for availability and performance. You all know these checks, check HTTP, DNS, FTP, and so on. But this is always from the perspective of the monitoring system and not of your end users. And they will access your application in a complete different network path. And probably, depending on the web application, they can receive different versions of the web page depending on their geographical location. There are many more different reasons why the end user experience is quite another one than you are measuring with Checkmk. So synthetic monitoring means to take the viewpoint of your end users and execute actively what they do. So let's step into synthetic monitoring and let's see what it means in general. For AAPM, for availability and performance monitoring, you need to set up the checks. You have to pick up the appropriate checks in your monitoring system, set the parameters one by one. You also have to implement the transactional tests. All these tests have to run somewhere. You have to prepare the machines, you need the Python modules, Python installation, and also some system to trigger these tests. And furthermore, you want to execute these tests from the outside of your network, to be as close to the user as possible. And lastly, your customers are application owners, business lines, management, and so on. They all want nice graphs and dashboards and reports. So we see that here are a lot of things to do, and one of the more complex tasks is probably to develop these transactional tests. In the simplest case, you would start with a simple Python script, which looks like this. You see that in the very first line, it uses the Selenium module for Python, and it's a very simple example. It works, but it has no error handling, no reporting, and so on. And you probably are not writing only one of these tests, you're probably writing 30. And the day will come when you recognize that it's a very good idea to keep your code common, to create modules, and so on and so on. And even if you think that this works, don't underestimate the effort to maintain such a product. It will become one of these rabbit holes you wish you never have crawled into. So what's the alternative? Are commercial tools an alternative? They often have a lot of features and a nice UI, but the problem here is that with commercial software, you're heavily bound to the vendor's technology, to their pricing, and to their strategy. Let me give you a current example. This is an email I got from a friend who's working for a big company, international company located here in Munich. And they have been using a commercial end-to-end monitoring tool for many years. And this is what they got at the end of February. In addition, we will no longer offer our product, blah, blah, blah. We will be happy to help you select suitable alternative solutions. This company has spent a massive amount of money, time, and effort into their end-to-end monitoring solution. And yeah, all based on a proprietary software, which is now history. So one testing tool which is completely independent from any testing technology and vendor is Robotmk. Let me outline briefly for those of you who don't know Robotmk what it is. In 2006, Pekka Klerk searched for an answer to the question how a testing tool could look like which is completely independent from any testing technology. And so he developed Robotmk as a generic test automation framework. And by the way, it was the topic of his master thesis while he was working at Nokia Siemens Networks. And Nokia Siemens Networks allowed him to release it as open source in 2008. It's completely written in Python, open source, has a huge community, and its most outstanding features are the library concept and the keyword-driven approach. Let's talk about the keywords. To make it simple, keywords in Robotmk abstract Python source code. In Robotmk, you don't program in Python, you are using keywords, and the keywords then execute the Python code for you. Keywords can be nested like functions in Python programming, for example. They can take arguments and return back values, and so on. And keywords which belong to the same testing technology, like the Selenium keywords, for example, are organized in a library. And Robotmk doesn't know at all which library you are using. It's completely agnostic about this. It's more like the glue between all these libraries. And there are a lot of libraries, which are all open source. There are libraries for web automation, Windows automation, network protocols, Kubernetes, AWS, Google Cloud, and so on and so on. And for the case that you have a special use case, which is not covered by any of these libraries, you can write your own library in Python. So you see that Robotmk is a real Swiss Army knife and can do a lot of things for you. The same code as we have seen before in Python could be written in Robotmk like this. And you probably noticed that this code is much more easy to read and more structured. Everything you see here marked in yellow are the keywords within one test. And everything on the right of the keywords are the arguments. For example, in the case of the Selenium keywords, these are the selectors you need to access the elements on a web page. So from a very high-level perspective, we can say that Robot Framework is a kind of common language between administrators and developers. I know customers where Robot Framework is used in a way that the developers are maintaining the files which contain the keywords and the selectors for web elements to navigate on their web application. And the administrators then simply import these files and use the keywords to write the test. So it's very flexible and a very good approach. So far we have yet only talked about the testing tool, Robot Framework. Testing means to press a button and to get a result. Monitoring means to execute something in regular intervals, get the status and also record the data. I discovered Robot Framework in 2019 and I was searching for an integration into Checkmk and there wasn't any, and so I developed my own, which is called Robotmk. I presented the first prototype of Robotmk at the Robotmk conference in Helsinki. I shouldn't have asked the audience who knew Checkmk because hardly any of these robot guys knew Checkmk, but the feedback I got afterwards was very good, and this encouraged me to continue my work on Robotmk. It's available currently for Checkmk 1 and 2, completely open source, and it's used today in many industries, in communication, energy, financials, agency, government, and so on. And it's currently the most downloaded package on the Checkmk Exchange platform. I've got 3 examples for you to show how companies use Robotmk to test their applications. First, the Carl Zeiss AG in Germany uses Robotmk. The manufacturing process for lenses is becoming more and more complex. And this requires individual production. And for this, the Zeiss AG built the webshop system VisuStore, where opticians can configure and order their lenses as they need them. And they are then produced individually. And this underlines the importance of the system because without the VisuStore software or web application, they don't make any money. And for this, they use Robotmk to test the whole process from the lens configuration and until the ordering process. The test you can see here is completely written with the Playwright library, which can be seen as a kind of alternative to the Selenium library. It's more modern. This test you can see here in the wild it runs completely headless on a Windows system in production, which means the machine is always locked, which is good for security. So for each logical step in this test, you can see here, for example, order review, shape calculation, lens type selection, and so on. There are one service in Checkmk. And behind of each service, there is a different responsible team, which is then notified with the ITSM ticket system. The Checkmk UI doesn't represent very nicely the dependencies of these single services because this is an alphanumeric sort table. And this is why Zeiss has built a nice Naquist map to visualize the steps. And it looks like this. On this Naquist map, they see at a glance how the ordering process is working and if it's okay. In this case, the step lens selection failed, and it only generates one alert, and all the following steps are simply in a stale state. It's just like it should be. Thanks for Tobias Raab from the Zeiss AG. He's very happy that he and his team can see now the ordering process completely through the eyes of the customer. The next example is from the Tech Alliance GmbH here in Munich. Tech Alliance is an automotive aftermarket company and available in more than 140 countries. If you bring your car to the workshop for maintenance, it's very likely that the mechanics there use the Tech Alliance system which provides the operation manual for your car and allows the mechanic to order the spare parts for your car directly through one single system. And the test you can see here is written with the Selenium library for Robot Framework. It also runs completely headless on a Linux system. And this test replaced an old PHP-based Selenium test suite, which Daniel Schneider from Tech Alliance replaced with Robot Framework. And he implemented and integrated the test with Robotmk into Checkmk. So thanks Daniel Schneider for this example. He migrated all the tests meanwhile, and all the tests are running stable, and he's already thinking about more complex and longer tests. The third and last example is from the Swiss social insurance. It's a document management system which is hosted by the Abraxas AG, Abraxas Informatik AG in Switzerland. You see that this is a very old Windows app, a legacy app, and I have written the test for this app with the Image Horizon library. It looks like this. This library uses small screenshots of fields, of buttons, of desktop elements, and Image Horizon library searches these images on the current desktop and tries to act with keyboard and mouse actions on the found regions, just like a real user. The test you can see here is running for each of the 26 cantons in Switzerland and tries to open the application with a specific user and tries to open 3 different documents each time with different length and size to measure how long it takes to open this document from this canton. Jens Dunkelberg, the monitoring team lead at Abraxas, is very happy that he could replace the old proprietary end-to-end monitoring solution with Robotmk. And at this point, it should be pointed out that most of the features which are currently in Robotmk were funded by Abraxas Informatik AG, so thank you very much for this. So what are my learnings from 2.5 years of developing Robotmk? I've seen that Robot Framework is a real powerful solution. I could solve every problem with Robot Framework because of its massive libraries and its flexibility. It seems to be a perfect fit, in my opinion, to Checkmk because both systems are available on markets since over 15 years, both open source, both have a strong community with great support, a yearly conference. You should visit the RoboCon conference in Helsinki. It's a very, very nice event, also 2 days. So it's a really nice project. And in every proof of concept I had to implement for customers which wanted to evaluate Robot Framework and Robotmk, Robotmk always won against commercial competitors. And this underlined for me again and again in the past that Robot Framework has exactly the right architecture to be future-proof. So what's the way forward? I've seen more and more that Robotmk has a lot of potential, but on the other hand, it's hard for me to do this as a single-man project. Time is often a problem, of course, and with Abraxas I was lucky that we always found a solution which is appropriate for all customers and not only for one customer, but developing customer-driven is in general not ideal. And to implement the next big steps I have in mind with Robotmk, I would need a deeper integration into Checkmk, and this is simply not possible with pure MKP packages. Tribe29 discovered a rising demand of customers which need a deeper integration of end-to-end monitoring, of synthetic monitoring into Checkmk. And so we decided for a cooperation to expand Checkmk with an enterprise-ready solution for synthetic monitoring with Robotmk. We analyzed the market during the last months and compared existing commercial SaaS solutions for web monitoring on the market. And we tried to implement 2 concrete web test cases, which we tried to did with these tools. First, we tried to use the Checkmk pricing calculator. You all know it probably. We entered some data and checked the total price coming out. And the second test case was to try to download the free edition of Checkmk. I have to say that in the beginning we were positively surprised. All these tools had a very well-designed user interface, very easy to use and well documented. But gradually we realized that they had a strong focus on easy use cases and usability, and all at the cost of some functionality. And I can say from my own experience that you always start with easy problems. Yeah? The more challenging problems come later on their own. And I would even go so far as to say that within a trial period of 14 days, as most of these tools offer, you are simply not able to discover all the edge cases of your requirements. So, for example, one tool wasn't simply able to drag this slider to the right. You know the slider, it sets the number of services you want to order Checkmk. And this tool simply doesn't provide drag and drop. And man, we are in 2022. Drag and drop is a key feature of most modern web applications, and they simply don't support it. Yeah. So it seems that the demand for a clean UI seems to mark some functionality boundary. And in this case, Robot Framework got a full score because of its flexibility and functionality. But to be fair, also Robotmk has some point of improvements, and to find out what we can improve in Robotmk, we asked Checkmk users, we asked those without any end-to-end monitoring solution, we asked those with an end-to-end monitoring solution, and Robotmk users. Regarding the configuration and authoring, we found out that programming can be a real high barrier. The effort to learn a new testing tool must be as slow as possible. And some customers, which already use some end-to-end monitoring tool, had experience with so-called transaction recorders. These are tools which simply record the single clicks you are doing on a web application and record the XPath or CSS selectors to identify the elements you have clicked. It's good for a quick scaffolding, but the selectors you are getting from these tools are not robust enough and precisely enough against later changes on the page. And another problem is that these tools don't generate assertions. An assertion is something you are executing when you want to test if the application has a given state. For example, if I log into an application, I want to see my username in the top right corner. This is an assertion. And a good test case always should contain also assertions to simply check if the application is in a desired state and ready to do the next click. And these assertions are not coming out from transaction recorders. In regards to Robot Framework, we have learned that the mess of different libraries and possibilities simply can overstrain users which are completely new to Robot Framework. Our takeaway here was that we have to improve the authoring process with a low-code UI. It must be more accessible also for non-programmers. We have a similar situation when we talk about the execution of Robot Framework tests. Not all admins have DevOps skills, and it's very hard to install all the test nodes without any automation skills. You have to know some automation tool. Furthermore, administrators, or most of the administrators, know the need for a version control system for their test cases, but Git is often too hard for them. We have also seen in the case of Robotmk that without any automation software, it's almost impossible to build this in a scalable way. So the efforts will grow exponentially if you are doing this without an automation tool. The takeaway here was that we have to improve the test distribution. We must eliminate the efforts for the whole dependency management and the installation and the preparation of the test nodes. And the test execution should be scalable for all users. It should be simple for all users to make this scalable. Let's go to visualization. In general, graphs and dashboards are very important for application owners. And especially log files are often a good starting point if you want to troubleshoot something and to tackle down to a root cause. In regards of Robotmk, we have seen that users, often in the case of Windows test machines, don't rely on a single host. They set up multiple hosts and are running the same test on these machines because of the fact that Windows update reboots, antivirus scan pop-ups, and so on can disturb the running test and mess up the availability data. And they are aggregating all the results with a BI rule to make the results more reliable. The takeaway was that graphs and dashboards must be as informative as possible and tailor-made for the application admins and for management. Log files must be contain as much information as possible, and we have to provide pre-made business intelligence rules. So these were the results from the interviews so far. Let me now be more concrete, what we are planning to improve in Robotmk in the next time. Our roadmap is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1 contains the steps which are more easy to implement and which are a kind of base requirement for the further steps. The first feature we want to implement is parallel test execution. Hands up, Robotmk users who struggled with the total execution runtime for robot framework test. Who knew the problem that the total execution time of all the test suites exceeded the execution interval? Who had problem with this? Yeah, some hands, okay. I want to show you how Robotmk works today. The only mode Robotmk works today is that it's executed asynchronously in a certain interval, for example, 900 seconds, and then it executes all the suites in one big chain. And the execution interval of, for example, 900 seconds must be estimated from the total runtime. It must be always set higher with a certain headroom, and it turned out to be too inflexible. Robotmk provides you a graph which shows you the total execution runtime and how you are approaching the execution interval, but sooner or later the day will come when it fails, and Robotmk can't handle parallel executions of itself. And for that reason, we want to change the execution mode in a way that each suite can have its own execution interval. And this requires that Robotmk executes the suites in different sub-processes. It gets executed every minute, and every minute it decides which suite has to run depending on the temp files containing a certain timestamp. This will require a lot of changes on the plugin side as well as on the Checkmk server side, but it will pave the way for the further improvements we have in mind. The next feature I want to show is that we want a better test deployment and a better dependency management. For those of you who already know and use Robotmk, you perhaps know that the setup of a test node can be a tedious task. You have to think of a bunch of different things. You have to install Python, you have to install the Python modules, you have to think about portability. Perhaps you want to implement a test on your Windows workstation, but they should run on Linux or vice versa. You have to think about third-party binaries. The Selenium WebDriver, for example, is a binary you cannot install with pip install. If you want to use the Playwright library, You need Node.js and NPM modules. So this isn't a pure Python problem. I've already tried to automate this with Ansible, but I'm pretty sure that the result I came out with wouldn't you call an enterprise product, because it would require a lot of Ansible know-how on your side. Instead, I discovered a very cool tool last year, which is called RCC. RCC stands for Robotmk Command Line Client. And the company behind RCC, Robotmk, allows their customers to run robot framework tests on their container infrastructure. Or to be more general, you can run any code on their infrastructure. And when they founded the company, they had exactly the same question in mind. How can we guarantee that the code which is written on the customer's machine can run reliable on our container environment? And so they developed RCC, which is written in Go, cross-platform, open source. And with RCC, you can create, distribute, and run code in completely isolated environment. You can think of RCC like a kind of virtual env on steroids. It's a very nice technology. It needs only two files. You need the RCC binary and two YAML files. You need the conda YAML file and the robot YAML file. Conda YAML specifies the dependencies. What should be installed in this environment? And it fetches all the sources from Conda Forge, for example, Python modules and Node.js, compilers, whatever you want. And the robot YAML defines what should be executed when this task should be run. To give you an example or an analogy, if you compare this with a Docker container, the Docker file specifies what should be inside a container image, and the entry point defines what should be executed when the container starts. And with these two files and the RCC binary, you're able to produce the same runtime environment on your machine, on the machine of your colleagues, or on the machine where the test should run. There's also an offline installation mode where you can ship a zip file which acts as a local file mirror, and in this case you can also install completely without internet connection, which is very nice. And another nice thing is that these environments are only created newly if the conda YAML hash changes. If you are running 30 tests on a machine which all have the same dependency, for example the Selenium library, you only need one environment. And RCC can handle the simultaneous usage of these environments very actively. Compared with classical virtual environments, we can say that RCC has a very clever method to share common files with the environment, and it's very friendly to disk I/O and disk usage. To give you another analogy here, I would say RCC is like OMD for Checkmk. OMD is also optimized for the simultaneous usage of static files in different environments, which are the Checkmk sites. So I've told that our goal is to distribute the tests on complete, fresh, virgin machines. This is not completely true, because this only applies to web applications, where we simply have to start a browser and the application gets loaded from the server into the browser. But if you want to run a legacy Windows application, as we have seen before, you're still in the need to install this application by yourself on the machine. And this is where RCC opens a real nice door for us, because nobody prevents us to execute not only one, but several tasks. The idea is that Robotmk starts a pre-hook, then runs the test, and then starts a post-hook. The pre-hook could install the dependencies, configure the machine, install the software, then the test runs, and the post-hook could run some cleanup tasks, delete log files. It could even uninstall the application. We have already tested this in a proof of concept, in a prototype with SaltStack. SaltStack is a very famous open source configuration management tool. It's based on Python, and it can run completely masterless, which means we don't need any server connection. SaltStack can operate completely locally, but it's possible with any other tool also. It should be clear that everything you are executing here is completely up to you. So this will never be supported by Robotmk or Tribe29. The most important part, of course, is the Robotmk task, which executes the test. But what you execute before and behind, it's completely up to you. This is only to show how great the possibilities are with RCC. Another planned improvement is the handling of Robot Framework HTML log files, which are produced on every Robot Framework execution. And they should be integrated into Checkmk, and they are integrated in the current version 2.1 beta 5, I think. What you can see here is a small screen recording. You see that the log files of Robotmk are just one click away from the service. You can access the last execution log file, as well as the last error log file. And the nice thing about this is that Robot Framework can take screenshots of error situations and embed these images into the log file. And there are also libraries which can record the current screen and embed an animated GIF image. So this is a very cool feature to see critical parts of a test execution and why they have failed. This makes troubleshooting a lot more easier. Now let's go to phase 2. In phase 2, we want to focus on the authoring process of the more simple AAPM, the availability and performance monitoring checks. AAPM should be a real no-code task. We want to make it as simple as possible, and for that, we want to provide a special page or region within Checkmk where you can enter the details of your application you want to monitor. For example, a URL, a port, and so on. We also want to implement and create a special Robot Framework Checkmk keyword library, which contains keywords for all these active checks you already know from Checkmk, check HTTP, DNS, FTP, and so on, but all written in Python as Robot Framework keywords. And from the data you have entered in Checkmk for your application, Checkmk will generate RCC-compatible, pre-configured, self-contained robots, which you can then select in the bakery rule to deploy them on any machine you want to run them on. And this is a big advantage because normally you cannot parameterize a normal agent or a plugin outside. You always need a configuration file and so on. And this is where these robots can really help you to distribute dedicated application checks on every client you want to run them on. For the transactional tests, we are currently evaluating a brand new tool called Automation Studio, which is also developed by Robotmk, which you already know. This is a screenshot of this application. You remember that Robotmk allows users to run their code on their infrastructure, and they also want it to make it as easy as possible for their users that they can write these robot tests. And for this reason, they have written Automation Studio. It's available for Linux, Windows, and Mac. It's currently in beta, but already looks very promising. You see in this view the bare Robot Framework code. And if you want to write in this way, you're free to do this, but you can use the visual button in the top right corner, and this switches the complete robot code to a more visual mode. It always reminds me on, I think it's called Scratch, the programming languages for kids, which makes programming for kids available. And if you look closer, all the keywords which are provided by the libraries, you can simply drag and drop to the code view. You are assisted by keyword suggestions, variable suggestion, and so on. So it looks very promising, and there's also the possibility that we can provide Automation Studio with pre-made Checkmk templates, for example, for transactional tests or AAPM tests. We are already in discussion with Robotmk about that. It's important to point out that you are always free to use either Automation Studio or still Visual Studio Code. With RCC, which I've explained before, we have made the robots platform independent. And now we want to go into scalability. We are planning to execute these robots in cloud-based infrastructure, which then can scale. And for this, we will develop a Robotmk special agent. And the main difference here is that this special agent doesn't contact an agent on a host. It contacts the APIs of infrastructure providers to run the containers, to execute the tests in the container, and to fetch the results from these containers. And cloud providers which would be possible, for example, could be Robotmk, perhaps a Tribe29 own infrastructure, perhaps your own Kubernetes cluster scattered around the world, or for smaller companies, perhaps a Docker Swarm instance. The benefits, depending on whatever infrastructure you are choosing, it makes you independent of a dedicated infrastructure hosted by you, and your synthetic monitoring becomes scalable. The last piece we want to integrate is dashboards and graphs. It should be more easy to aggregate all the results from different test nodes, and the dashboards should give a very high-level view of your synthetic monitoring setup, just like you know it from the Kubernetes dashboards, for example. And we want to improve the generation of graphs. Users who already use Robotmk already know the problem that when you insert a test in a current robot file, all the indices change of the metrics and all your performance data are waste. So all in all, these are the milestones we have in front of us and which we want to achieve in the near future. And perhaps you are now interested how we are planning to separate the open source part from the enterprise product. The open source part, Robotmk Core, will include the parallel test execution and the log file integration. You will still write your robot test in Visual Studio Code. And Robotmk Enterprise, in yellow, will include all the improvements in the test creation, visualization, the robot configurator for AAPM, and also RCC and the special agent for the cloud infrastructure providers will be contained. These are the enterprise features. It's way too early before you ask to talk about a pricing model, so simply stay tuned about this. In the end, I'm very happy that Tribe29 and I can shape the further path of Robotmk together, and I'm pretty sure that we can create a great and a well-rounded solution for you, always with one big mission in mind, that the simple things should be simple and the complex things should be possible. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Well, this really looks promising. And I mean, it's already working. You just show the path for the future, how you...
This is a path of future. This is only a quick
It's really a very important addition to the classical infrastructure monitoring, I think. Martin has granted us a couple of minutes from his slot for questions. So, are there any questions to Simon right now? Do we have any questions from the online community?
Not so many, but that always is an indication that the presentation is good, yeah?
Perhaps.
Based on the presentation, robot does not scale without automation. What automation tools did you see that have been used in combination with Robotmk?
I've seen Ansible and Puppet, I think, yeah. But I think it's no matter of the automation tool. It depends on your skills on the automation tool. So you can automate it with any automation tool. SaltStack, Chef, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Da hinten, oder?
Can someone give him a microphone? Or
I've got, now I've got one.
Okay, now it's switched on.
Daniel.
Yeah, when's the, I'm not sure if I missed it, but when will the the Robotmk Enterprise version be released? Is there any timeline?
I think within the next year, there will be a first release of something I'm pretty sure that the parallel test execution will be the first one we will implement, because this is a real pain point, because the serial execution doesn't work as expected. So the parallel execution is a real high prior feature.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Simon.
Thanks.
If you have any further questions, you can contact Simon in the break, of course. So, yeah, thanks a lot. So now it's finally the time for Martin to make his own speech, and we come to, I guess, one of the highlights of the conference.
Is it?
Yeah, sure.
I always wonder, because when I ask people how much of you use Kubernetes, just a short raise of hands, who of you has Kubernetes in production somewhere in your company? Can we get some lights, because I don't see anything? Yeah, hey, it's more than last time I asked.
Yeah, it's getting more and more.
Yeah, it's getting more, and I think that's something which we are seeing from the feedback of users. Last year when I did the speech, I think was more like, okay, hey, Kubernetes, why do you do this? I think 2 years when we did it was like, And I think this year, when I did, for example, a community call a couple of weeks ago, I've never gotten so many emails after something, so I think time is coming now for Kubernetes.
So this time we are right in time and not back.
Yeah, and this
Not
time
late.
I have actually something to show for, because the last year it was really uncomfortable for me, because I had to do a presentation about stuff which is not there. Yeah, so we had an idea something's wrong, something we should do better, because we got all this feedback from users, and we had, okay, let's do something better, but what do we actually do? And we had only 2 months before the conference to dive into the topic, yeah, and then, okay, we speak about the future. And fortunately, today I can actually show what we have done over the last years, and the team has worked hard so that I have something to show today and don't have to talk about the future anymore.
So I better get out of the way, so let's get started.
Okay, yeah, so that's me. I'm Martin. I'm not only asking questions, I'm also product owner for our Kubernetes team. And in that part, I'm talking about visibility into Kubernetes today. And as already said, we have worked really hard over the last months so that we can actually deliver something for the conference, and really happy that it's now actually available. If you try out one of the current betas, it's mostly is there, it's already in a good state. We have actually a lot of users who are using it already. It's a beta, yeah, but a lot of them are using it already because they like it, yeah, which makes me happy, yeah. So give it a try, of course. And today I will speak first about what it is actually about, what have we done, why is it good for Kubernetes users, how you can then actually get started, and then I will give a brief outlook on what is next. So, we built this new Kubernetes monitoring with the support of a lot of people who are actually here, a lot of Checkmk users, but a lot of people who are actually not Checkmk users, who are Kubernetes experts, yeah, to really get their know-how into it, who work, for example, a lot with Prometheus and Grafana, and to understand how do the actual Kubernetes native people think about a monitoring, yeah. And we built in this expertise for you, and there are a couple of things which you then benefit, of course, from. First thing is, we tried to make this complexity really simple, the complexity which is inherent in Kubernetes. The other thing is, I mean, okay, complexity solved, of course, yeah, then you obviously want some actionable insights. You don't just want data dumps. And then data is nice, metrics are nice and stuff, but in the end, I mean, we do monitoring, so we want alerts. And we want intelligent alerts, we don't want to be over-alerted. And then another here fancy word, multi-anything ready. I will explain what this is about later. We have also built it for dynamic workloads because we all know Kubernetes is dynamic. So we should for sure make sure that this works with Checkmk as well. Then reliable support. What does it mean? If you have looked into forum over the last couple of months or years, you know what it means. It means that you can also use it for the latest Kubernetes versions all the time. Yeah. And the last thing is, of course, you want to get it working in a quick setup really fast. You don't want to waste a lot of time in actually setting up what we're doing there. Yeah. So we also worked on that and delivered that, I hope. Okay. First topic, complexity. Yeah. When I first tried the Kubernetes monitoring of Checkmk, I think 2 years ago, this is what I looked at. And I mean, it's basically like this. And I was a little bit taken aback because I was like, okay, I have all these hosts. I have now several hundred hosts in Checkmk, and I don't know what it all means. Yeah, and this is something which is not just happening in Checkmk. In all the other tools which I tried, which do Kubernetes monitoring, it's always the same problem. And this is something which is inherent in Kubernetes, that you just get this host overload. And in typical installations, you have hundreds to thousands of objects. And a table like this, I don't think that's a great solution, because how do you navigate there? How do you know what to do? Yeah? And I thought, hey, we need something better. But to understand what we actually need, let's jump first into how Kubernetes works. And don't worry, I will not explain Kubernetes, because then we will be here for another month. I still don't understand it completely, but I think that's for everyone like that. Kubernetes is complex, not only for beginners, but also for experts. It just gets more complex the more deeper you go into it. And I tried to simplify it, how it works, to give a feeling how is it structured. And the first thing is you have a cluster. Yeah? But you don't have only one cluster. You of course have many clusters. Can be up to 30 clusters, which I heard from some people, and I mean, you can do that, of course. Yeah. Then you have the nodes running on your cluster. These have the workload on. This is where everything, all the fun is happening. But you don't structure the workload via the nodes. You actually use namespaces mostly to structure your entire workloads. Yeah? Think of a namespace like, for example, you structure it for each project gets a namespace, each team, for example, gets a namespace. I've seen also that people use namespaces to separate production environment from dev environment from test environment. You can do whatever you want. That's up to you. Yeah? Inside the namespaces, you have the actual applications running. Could be, for example, something like a deployment. Whatever that means, yeah? I know, of course, but inside the deployment is, for example, a pod. And inside that pod is the actual container running the application. Yeah? But of course, you don't only have a deployment, you might also have a daemon set, which is just particular that it has a pod running on each node. You have more things like stateful sets, and I think this has already shown, okay, hey, there's a lot of things happening. It's kind of a multi-layered structure. It's complex, and don't worry, it's much more complex. Like, you have many, many key concepts which are completely excluded, because, I mean, it's already complex enough, isn't it? Okay. For me, with this complexity, it's always very difficult to actually see the forest for the trees. Yeah? And so we thought, okay, how do we solve it? And one of the ways how to solve it is with dashboards. And Marcel talked about dashboards yesterday, and Marcel was a great help for me because he told me how to do dashboards, which saved me really a lot of time. So believe me, listen to his talk again and then build your dashboards. It took me only 10 minutes to build decent dashboards instead of many, many hours or days. Yeah? And I will go into how the dashboards look in detail later, but this is just for the structure. So to deal with this complexity, you need to structure the information. And dashboards are the best way for that. In the beginning, you always should start with a high-level view on the cluster. You need to know what is actually wrong. You need to have some kind of overview. How's the performance? How's the status of my workloads? And then you can start to drill down. And that's really nice about Checkmk, because you have many, many features to actually go deeper. Yeah? And that's a starting point. You then go deeper, for example, to say, hey, I want to see the namespaces. I want to see that specific namespace and everything which is happening in that namespace. Or you want to see the node. Or
daemon sets, deployments, stateful sets, and so on. Yeah, so you can then drill down into the layer to see the information which is then relevant for you. For example, if you go to the namespace, you have a different dashboard which only shows the information for that namespace. And from there on, you can go deeper again into this rabbit hole. These dashboards have another great purpose. In Kubernetes, I think admins / DevOps or application developer, application teams work really closely very often together. And each of these teams have different needs and perspectives. Most of the cluster admins or Kubernetes admins, they care about the big picture of the cluster. Is my cluster healthy? Do I have enough capacity left there? Or they also look a lot into the nodes. Whereas the application teams, they have a very different need. They don't care about the nodes because that's not their problem. That's a problem of the admins, yeah? They are interested into their namespace where they have the stuff running or into their deployment where the application is actually running. So by providing dashboards, you can provide, for example, to your users what they actually need in information. So let's jump in an actual dashboard. That's the cluster dashboard. And as said, plenty of times, we spent a lot of time to build the right dashboards. Thanks for everyone who gave feedback. It really helped a lot to see, okay, hey, this is how you think about it. And we built these dashboards so that you, as users, don't have to build the dashboards, but you can actually spend time on fixing stuff. Yeah? The cluster dashboard is structured in, on the right side, performance. You can see CPU utilization at the moment of your cluster, but also how it developed over time. You can see the same for memory, but you can also see, do you have any capacity constraints? In this case, we see really big in red, I don't have enough free pods. I only have 2 pods left in my cluster. This is not really cool. Yeah? So you should, for example, add another node if Kubernetes doesn't do it itself. Yeah? You can, of course, see all the problems of the cluster in the classical table view, which is, I think, really nice as well. Besides the actual performance, I think it's also of the overall cluster, it's important to look into your actual workloads. And on the bottom, you can see actually daemon sets and deployments where, for example, some applications are running. And you can order them by memory consumption or CPU consumption to see who is really the heavy hitter in your cluster, to see who is consuming all the CPU on your cluster, who is consuming all your memory in your cluster. And you can order that to see, okay, hey, where is something going maybe wrong? And especially you can see, hey, something is red. Maybe I should look into that. And you can do that. And if you do that, you get into the next dashboard. This famous drill down methodology. And here we can see directly the status of every we see first, for example, the performance, CPU memory of the deployment overall, but also of the individual pods, to see if there's some outlier happening. But you can also immediately see, hey, what is actually wrong? Yeah, we saw some crit here, and we don't need to understand what it actually means. Yeah, you want 6 and you have 5. You want 6, so red. Yeah. All these dashboards are nice, but they're actually pretty useless if you don't have the right data. So actually, the most time we spent was not the dashboards. Most of the time we spent on architecture and redesigning every single service in Kubernetes. And because without the right data, no dashboard will be helpful for you. And our classical service view, I think this explains best what we did to provide you actual actionable insights into your clusters. We redesigned every single of these services, and we tried to get rid of useless stuff. We tried to aggregate stuff into the right thing. You don't maybe want 5 services for each condition, which Kubernetes has a service. You just want 1 service, for example. Yeah. And more importantly, you want context information. Let's take a look at this specific CPU service into the graph. And you don't only get the configuration data, because that's a little bit special in Kubernetes. You have the configuration world and you have the live performance data world. And the application developer says, okay, I have this limit on my application. I don't want that this application consumes more than the limit. That's what the application team does. And then you have the actual performance happening, and you want to know how these things actually match together. And that's one of the big new changes. You can actually see now the usage versus the actual configured limits, because if your usage goes now, for example, to the limit, that's why we also calculate limit utilization, your application will get throttled by Kubernetes, which is not a nice user experience, so it's something worth looking into. Okay, so we saw some services, nice for application teams, but as most of you, I guess, are admins, let's look at the stuff which really matters. For most of you, that's nodes. And we spend a lot of time on actually improving the node monitoring in Kubernetes. Again, our services, and I think the service list is well known, so the important part here is that Kubernetes itself is very limited in its perspective. Kubernetes knows about itself. It doesn't know about what the other things are doing outside of itself. Yeah? So it only knows, hey, I have this CPU usage, which Kubernetes objects are consuming, but not what other things are doing. Yeah? You know some stuff on how many resources you have that, but that's only Kubernetes stuff. Yeah? You're missing the really important stuff. You're missing the stuff the Checkmk agent does. Yeah? So I think this is mostly familiar, the stuff on kernel performance, file systems, and CPU utilization and stuff. And that really matters because if you, for example, have an application dumping everything into the file system, Kubernetes will not tell you. The Checkmk agent will. As well, if you have an application spawning a lot of zombie processes, and actually this can happen, we have seen it, your number of threads will, for example, go up, and Kubernetes will also not tell you that. But Checkmk can tell you that. So fusing these two information sources was really important for us, and doing that natively in Kubernetes. We'll go into that, why this is special a little bit later when we go into the architecture. So, we saw some data, some stuff, but in the end we want alerts. And we, of course, did a couple of built-in alerts, and we focused that we only alert on things which actually matter. Yeah? And which matter for everyone. We don't want over-alerting. But we also want that you have the flexibility to configure alerts for everything which you want and need. So by default, there will be hopefully no over-alerting. If there is, send me an email. Here we have an example of a deployment dashboard, and we can really see our red thing again. And the good thing is we can click on, for example, the service to see of the pod what is actually happening, and we can see all the details in there. So when you get your SMS or your email, you can see, hey, in the details, the Nginx is missing its config map. That's why it's not being started. So you know you have to get up or not in the night, or you can just continue sleeping. Another special thing is, if you look, there's this timer. Yeah, it will not immediately alert by default, because we all know Kubernetes can heal itself. Yeah, so let's give it some time to actually heal itself if it actually does it, and don't alert immediately. And this is one of the key things which we now made different. It will just always wait for a couple of minutes before it actually goes into a warn or quit state. But for example, if it doesn't fix itself after 10 minutes, that was, I think, our best practice experience that you got from Kubernetes experts, then it's really a problem, and then you should really look into it. Yeah. You can, of course, configure that. So besides the built-in alerts, you can, of course, create your own alerts. And for almost every service, we build rule sets so that you can actually build alerts yourself. And the common way in Kubernetes for non-Checkmk users is to write queries like this. This example is how much memory is still available, or how much memory is underutilized in your cluster. I believe this. I do not know this, and I really don't want to know this as well. I don't know who has fun doing these things, but I did that during my studies, and I'm not sure if I still want to do that. Yeah, because my key issue with that is queries that are like this are prone, and I think most people are just copying them from the internet and don't really know if that's really working or if that's doing what they actually want. The second problem I have with that is you need to know what these metrics mean. And believe me, it's more complex than just taking it. I think we spent alone 2 days understanding the difference between memory usage bytes and memory working set bytes. And there is a difference. And I don't know if you as a user want to spend that time if you don't have anything else to do. Yeah, we think we do it better. We do it in the Checkmk way. We try to solve this problem for you by looking into it, by understanding what it means and choosing the right metrics which matter. So that in the end you have rule sets like that, which you know from Checkmk, and where you can just say, okay, I want this alerting like that. And we build a lot of labels into Checkmk now. So coming to labels, a lot of labels automatically being generated, and there are some which are imported from Kubernetes, and several which we found useful ourselves when we did our alerting for our cluster and when we built the dashboards, because you need these labels to have some context information. Which cluster is this actually? Yeah, and after I showed the new Kubernetes morning in the last community call, I said I got all these emails and everyone wanted the same thing. And then I said, okay, should probably make sense if everybody wants it. And that was, I want to import annotations from the application. Yeah? Because the application developer knows, I want 9 to 5 monitoring, or I don't want any monitoring at all on that application. Yeah? And they can define annotations in Kubernetes themselves. That's a built-in feature of Kubernetes. And now you can import these annotations based on how you define it as the monitoring admin, and then use these labels for your alerting automatically, so that it's just less work in the end, and you have this monitoring as code concept. Okay, so now we have a lot of this alerting and stuff, and now the next question is, okay, we have our one cluster. How do I deal with multiple clusters? Is that a problem? No problem. You start always, when you look into the Kubernetes dashboards, with a cluster selector view, because you will have multiple clusters, and you need to know, okay, which cluster do you actually now look into, and then you get some meta information around the cluster, some performance information, and you can go, okay, go into that one. And as you can see, we thought about this from the beginning on, and for us it works so far. Yeah. Now, clusters are one way how you can structure Kubernetes. The other thing is namespaces, as said before. And with namespaces, you can have the problem that you have really a lot of namespaces or just a few. Yeah? And you need to be flexible on which ones you want to exclude from your monitoring and which ones you want to include. And so we built both options in. You can just say, hey, I only want to exclude like the test namespace, or I only want to include these 3-4 namespaces. If I have, for example, 50 namespaces, and I only care about the system namespaces, and I don't care about the application namespaces. Okay, so now we have that. Let's go to dynamic. In Kubernetes, pods are there, then more pods are coming, some pods are going away. And yesterday, Lars talked about this incremental activation. And the beauty is this incremental activation and the dynamic configuration work really well together. Because the standard thing which happens in Kubernetes is I add hosts, I do a service discovery, and then I delete hosts. And this is exactly what is being sped up by the incremental activation. So these things work really great. But this doesn't solve that you have a lot of pods. And a lot of pods which you probably don't care about. A great example are cron jobs. Yeah? Cron jobs can spawn a pod, for example, every minute. And I don't know if you monitor each process being spawned by a cron job in Linux, or if you just monitor what the actual cron job does of the result of the last execution, if that was successful or not. And we say, hey, this is the same way how you should do it in Kubernetes. You shouldn't monitor the individual pods being created by such objects, but rather the aggregation layer. So that you know, okay, hey, did it succeed? When was the last successful job? And this concept applies to a lot of things. And one of these other examples is, for example, a deployment and pods. We know a deployment has multiple pods. These pods can come and go. What happens to the metrics? Gone. Yeah? But does it really matter? It matters that you have the full view on the deployment, that you know, okay, hey, I have a new version of my application which I just deployed into the deployment. How did that change the CPU and memory usage of my deployment? And you can, of course, look into detail. I don't know if you can see the little dots. These little dots are all the pods running in this deployment, so you can really see is there an outlier as well. So we do both of the information, but the important thing is on the aggregation layer, which is very stable typically, you will have the stable information to really see long-term history. Okay, What's next? Reliable support. So if you use the latest Kubernetes version, no problem anymore. And why is this important? In the old Kubernetes monitoring, we relied a lot on the official Kubernetes Python client. And that had a lot of issues. Yeah? The main issue was it was not keeping up with the developments of the Kubernetes API. And there were objects in the API which were not really stable. There were things which were not working. And that's why our Kubernetes monitoring then crashed. And we said, OK, we don't want this anymore. We want to have something which really works future-proof. And so we decided, OK, there are some stable API objects. And we use the Kubernetes Python client for that. But there are some rather newer API objects. And we use our own API calls for that, which we can then really quickly fix if the API changed again. But this is not the entire solution. I think in the end, if you really want proper support of stuff that ensure that everything works, you need a CI which tests. And the automated testing versus our supported versions is something which we are also very keen on to do, because then we can know if something is wrong before you have to tell us, so that we can work on fixing it before it impacts anyone. So I hope you might be interested in getting started. So how do you get started, for example? And we are speaking now about the Kubernetes cluster collector, so the agent running in your Kubernetes environment, which collects all the data. And we wanted to make that simple, and we want to follow best practices in Kubernetes. So we support Helm, which is the standard tooling for installing stuff in Kubernetes. And you just have to add our repository, which is on GitHub. The entire agent is open source, of course. And when you have added that Helm repo, you just do one command to install the cluster collector, and you're basically done. Doesn't stop there. It will tell you, of course, hey, wasn't there, installing it now, deployed, nice. And it goes even further. You can also see how you configured your cluster to be available, because your collector, because the collector somehow has to send data to the outside. And you can basically see directly, hey, where is it available or connectable. But not only that, for configuring the connection Checkmk, you always need a token and certificate, and you get the commands which apply to your specific installation directly, so you can just export them and copy them into Checkmk. So less work for you, more fun for everyone, yeah? So I now talked about the collector. What is this collector? Let's go into the architecture. Checkmk, Kubernetes, Checkmk special agent, I think pretty clear. The special agent talks to the API server of Kubernetes to get the scaffolding, to get all the data which is required for structuring everything for us. That's really the necessary piece. And then the recommended, but actually optional piece, but without it, it's pretty useless, I think, is the cluster collector, because from that one, we get all the performance data of the individual containers and aggregate that onto the right layers. And the cluster collector can be reached by the special agent. Cluster collector doesn't have all the data, it just collects stuff. It collects stuff from the node collectors. And there is one node collector for container metrics. That's actually a C advisor. And that pushes the data to the cluster collector. And there's another node collector, which is called the machine sections, which is a customized Checkmk agent, which pushes also the data to the cluster collector. And that is important because you will not be able to install the Checkmk agent in every Kubernetes environment on your nodes. We've seen a lot of people who have struggled with that because some nodes are very restrictive. And there's a reason for that, of course, and they want that you use the Kubernetes mechanisms to install things onto your nodes. And we do that so that you don't have to do it, that you get all this information in one view. You don't have to do piggyback hosting and translation and stuff. You just get all the stuff where you want it. Okay, that's the architecture. How do you get started? Also pretty simple. The commands which I just showed before. There's a values YAML, which is not needed, but I would use it. It's also in our GitHub repository. Customize it to say how you want to connect to your cluster connector, how it should expose the data. There are two options which are the standard, which we support, which is ingress or node port. And it's just basically, I can do it, so I believe everybody can do it as well. I'm no admin and I'm no developer. Yeah. The second thing is configuring Checkmk, and that's the standard as for every API integration, standard procedure. The documentation will be coming soon. my recommendation is run the Kubernetes monitoring in a dedicated site. Because there's so many changes happening and all these things. In a real production Kubernetes cluster, you will have pods coming and going, the DCD activating all these things. I recommend doing it on a special site, extra site, and then connecting it via distributed monitoring. Of course, totally up to you how you do it. And with that, you have happy monitoring. Not entirely, because where does it work? Because there is not one Kubernetes, there's many. Yeah, the first differentiation is what container runtime do you use? Do you use Docker, Containerd, or Creo? Yeah? Docker and Containerd we support officially. Creo is on the roadmap and will be hopefully coming in a couple of months, latest. And then more important, which Kubernetes flavors. So we officially support vanilla. Doesn't mean that it doesn't work on the others. We have tested it ourselves on AWS EKS, Azure AKS, Google Kubernetes Engine, VMware Tensor, and Rancher. That's where we got feedback also from users that it works. The one thing where it doesn't work because it's special is OpenShift. And that's coming soon as well. So that's our current focus, is to actually build support for OpenShift as well. A lot of other tools build their special agents for OpenShift. They can't use the Kubernetes agent there. And in the end, we'll probably do the same there because it's just very specific and very non-standard-y. Then which versions do we support? We support the latest 3 versions. We follow the official maintenance cycle of Kubernetes itself, which is the latest 3 versions, which is at the moment 1.1 to 1.3. I don't know if 1.4 is already out. It should be coming this month. And then we will also support that, of course. Doesn't mean that it doesn't work on older versions, but if it doesn't, I recommend to upgrade to a later Kubernetes version. Okay, what's the outlook? What's next? As said before, we want to do more coverage. A couple of objects missing. So, for example, services, the cron drops, ingresses, volumes, horizontal pod autoscaling. At the moment, you have basically everything which you really need. These are things which are nice and good. There are a lot of interesting concepts which can be done around them, which will be super nice, I think, in the end, if we do that, and we will do that. Yeah. The other thing is what you can actually, which flavors do we cover? We will do more flavors. We will do OpenShift and the container runtime Creo. And then in the end, I think this is where I'm really excited about, is actually doing application monitoring. Because in the Kubernetes world, we have the admins and the application teams working really closely together, hopefully. Yeah? And you want the endpoints of applications sometimes in your monitoring, the metrics which come from there. And there's this concept of service monitors from Prometheus. And I actually like it a lot what it does. It basically says, okay, scrape from this endpoint these metrics and put them into my monitoring. And we want to support it as well, because then you can do actual application monitoring in Checkmk as well. And the other thing really important for troubleshooting is logs, of course, if you do application monitoring. And getting the logs in a really nice way into Checkmk is something which we also want to do. You can do it already with the event console and different things, but I'm not super happy with how it is being implemented at the moment. I think we can do it much better, and that would be the goal also to do that. That's it. I tried to be fast so that we have some time for questions as well. So as I'm doing the questions, I also have to look at the questions, yeah?
Yeah, you have to look at the network questions yourself. Do we have any questions from the audience? Sasha.
Hi, I'm very excited about it, what you show. Is there a timeline for OpenShift?
Yeah, it's the super biggest priority because everyone is asking for that. The fortunate thing is we have really, like in the network where we are doing stuff together, I don't know if we can say the partner who is doing everything with us, but they have some OpenShift experts which are working closely with us together, and that's the current focus for us.
Okay. Are we talking about weeks, months, years?
Depends on OpenShift, but I would say it's rather months or weeks.
Okay.
But it's basically, we built the architecture in a way that we can just put another data source instead of the cluster collector into it, and then it should work. But we are working on it, so
okay.
I hope we can do it in weeks and not months, but we need to do proper testing and stuff, and then it's probably a couple of months.
Okay, thanks for the info.
Any questions from the audience? This is your chance.
I can ask questions from the audience to myself.
Ask yourself, yeah.
So how does the dynamic monitoring of pods fit with distributed monitoring and central configuration? That's no problem, I think. I don't know. I don't understand the question because, like, in the end, you have a distributed site. You have a separate site for all your Kubernetes stuff, and you activate the changes on that site. And in distributed monitoring, you only activate the changes of that specific site. That's at least what Lars told me. Yeah. So, if he's here, he can maybe reply to that question. But I don't see the problem there. So, if you're here, you can maybe explain what you mean.
Any more questions?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, then go ahead. Go ahead.
So Anonymous asks, if a pod is long gone, will the GFX data be deleted automatically in the moment the pod is gone, or will it persist for ages? I think that's the metric data, yeah?
Let's assume it's the metric data.
Yeah, so when the host is basically gone, or the pod is gone, the host will be deleted. And the RRD data, which has all the graphic stuff inside, will at some point be cleaned up. And I know this is something which has to be improved. I got the feedback already from a couple of guys on that, and that's something for the entire host lifecycle management which we have to do. But fortunately, this will be something which we have to do for the entire cloud monitoring anyway. And this is something I know is on our roadmap as well.
I mean, the first problem is even if the RRD data is still present, it's not accessible really. If there's no host object anymore in Checkmk.
Yeah, so you should clean it up.
Yeah, and we have this site cleanup, and I think there's some configuration option where you can set a time limit after which the data is deleted.
Yeah, but the entire host lifecycle management, because just deleting it from your configuration is not enough. You need to take care of the metrics, but there is some job which is doing that every once in a while, but I think there's room for improvement there, as we chatted in the forum about, I think, a couple of days ago.
Next question.
Are both Kubernetes and K3S supported? Yes, it works. At least, yeah, it works. Yeah, K3S, we have one of our Kubernetes guys is always using K3S, and he always says it works, so I believe him. Yeah. Okay, I have one question from Nico. Will there be a Kubernetes operator to make keeping the agent inside the cluster updated easy? At some point, yes, there will be a Kubernetes operator. But our priority first is OpenShift, do the coverage, do the objects, and then at some point, do the operator. Then I have another question, if no one here has a question. How is Checkmk handling auto-update of nodes? So we tried it on our cluster, updating nodes was no problem. It's basically, I mean, if this wouldn't be working, then no Kubernetes would be working at all. We use the Kubernetes native principles for everything, for deploying our cluster collector. And because we use all the Kubernetes methods, if a node is being updated, we are basically like every other application in Kubernetes. And if this wouldn't be able to be handled, no Kubernetes application would work. And so it works. And another question from Nico. Are Windows nodes supported? No. I mean, we have looked into most of the clusters, and typically it's Linux nodes which are being used in the clusters. And we've looked into cloud distributions, and most of them actually have as default Linux nodes, which kind of makes sense. I don't know why maybe Nico, you can say why you want to run your Kubernetes cluster on Windows, but you can give him the microphone, he's there.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Hi. Windows is supported officially, so I think it would be great. We see some customers running workloads on Windows nodes as well, while everything else runs on Linux mostly. But I think this is something for the roadmap, probably.
Then we should add it there. But first we do OpenShift. Okay. Then let me check. From Mimimi.
Oh, I think I saw him. One of
I
you
also
guys
saw
had
him. Yeah.
Had the Mimi on the badge.
Why does the Checkmk cluster collector get its data from the node collectors by push instead of pulling it from the nodes? So the concept which uses the Kubernetes service, and basically the Kubernetes collector, the collector itself is a object which has the service attached to it, basically, and then you can just push it there. Because pushing in such a concept with dynamic things, because you don't know will there be another node and stuff, is a better concept than pulling. Yeah? So the one path is just better in any dynamic environment. Okay, then break.
Okay, cool. So let's make a break. Thanks, Martin.
Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying the second day of our live stream. So how many viewers do we have right now? We have 121 viewers right now. I think we reach around 126 even. So yeah, wow. So yeah, can we get some idea on who's here? So you can just drop in a waving emoji or just say hi on the chat. You know, it also helps with drowning the messages of the spam bots because these spam bots are really sneaky right now. Oh, there was a question, but guys, yeah, it might be too late, Pablo. Sorry. Right? Yeah, just give a wave just to drown this spam bots. But yeah, sorry about that. We try our best to remove their messages as quick as we can, but they're very sneaky. Right. So I see Rob is here, Thorsten, Matthias, Andreas. Hey there. Ralph, hello, Jonas. Mr. Flexstar, hello there. Right, so can we do a quick survey? So anyone who attended the conference live stream yesterday? Anyone here? Oh, thanks, Rob. Yeah, Chris, not asleep. Very nice to know. I think it's rainy in Munich right now. So yeah, it's very conducive for sleeping, Chris. Awesome. How about anyone joining for the first time? Like first time ever, first conference. Hey, Tim, you're here. You're here as well. Oh, Mega is watching next to my real work in parallel. Yeah. Oh, hey, first conference. Welcome. Pablo, yeah. It's your first time. Also for you, Chris. Right, so for Mr. Flexstar, also last year online. Fourth conference. Nice, Thorsten. So, you know, if you're in the Checkmk forum, So we'll be giving badges to those who attended the conference. So yeah, just watch out for the announcement on that. So if you're not yet on the forum, so sign up on forum.checkmk.com. Right, so now we're on our last stretch of the conference, and we only have a few sessions left on the agenda, which I think are very interesting. So for example, for our last session, we have the roadmap session, and we have a lot of questions unanswered yesterday. So we will put them back again on the queue so that the speaker can see it, and hopefully we have time to address them. So right now we're taking a 30-minute break, and we will be back at 3:15 German time, right? See you again in a few.
So I hope you enjoyed the last break for today. And I'm glad that we have 2 highlights left. And the first one is about, yeah, cloud. You have missed it. We haven't spoken much about cloud yet. So I have Thomas with me again, product management, and Jörg. And I will show you what's going on in Checkmk and the cloud, and both how you can monitor the cloud and how you can use Checkmk within the cloud. So let's get started.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. My clicker. So it's me again, product manager here at Tribe29, sorry. And just to basically give you some real knowledge and experience, I brought Jörg as a developer with me, so who gives you the real stuff. How is it about cloud? So first of all, what does Checkmk do? We monitor all the IT, the cloud, the data center, you know that already, and the edge, like lighthouses, trains, or stores, as an example. And that's all for us. Ingest the data, present it properly, and give you the insights about all those sites and locations and devices. But this talk specifically is about the cloud, how we expand to do more in the cloud. As an example, you can see here Google Cloud, that's what we add, and all other things we do here to make monitoring the cloud from the cloud easier. So let's start with a cloud roadmap. So what are we doing to achieve this better monitoring for the cloud from the cloud? So we have 4 areas which we have identified when we talk to existing customers in the cloud, doing already some monitoring, where we should improve to make your life easier and the monitoring experience better. The first one is push data. So if you run a Checkmk in the cloud and you monitor on-premise data, you need to build some network, to VPN or whatever, so you can reach out and get the data. We want to get away of it, make it simply straightforward, so simply push data from the cloud. We also want to automate. Cloud is highly dynamic. You heard it in Martin's presentation already. A lot of the modern IT is highly dynamic, and we want to make basically the registration of hosts which pop up in a cloud environment simpler. We also want to monitor everything in the cloud, and that means for us an investment in checks and agents for the cloud, for all the 3 big cloud vendors, AWS, Azure, and Google. And finally, we want to simplify the deployment in the cloud, as with cloud data centers, they pop up on an application level, and so we want to give you all the tooling and all the configuration very simply accessible, so you can set up the monitoring for your cloud infrastructure. And this is all very nice marketing talk, but now I want to pass it on to Jörg, who tells you the truth about it.
All right, let's get into the details. So we start with our first point from the roadmap, push data. So push here refers to the communication direction between Checkmk in the cloud and your monitored host. So up to now in Checkmk, there's only the pull direction available, where Checkmk contacts a host and pulls monitoring data. Now, if you have Checkmk in the cloud and your on-prem IT devices, then this communication direction might only be available, for example, via VPN, as Thomas said. So we are going to implement a push mode, where your hosts can actively start sending monitoring data to Checkmk. This will be integrated into the agent controller you heard about yesterday from Andy. And this will, of course, be completely complementary to the pull mode. So we're not going to remove the pull mode or anything. This will be an additional feature. In Checkmk, we'll have a dedicated server with a dedicated endpoint, which accepts this push data, and this whole communication will be TLS encrypted. So everything you heard about the agent controller yesterday, the TLS encryption, of course, this will also apply here. Now, having 2 communication modes available, push and pull, means that a host, of course, needs to know which mode to use. And this will be figured out upon registration. So when a host registers with Checkmk, Checkmk will tell the host whether it's a push or a pull host. And if it's a pull host, it will wait for Checkmk to come along and pull data. If it's a push host, it will actively start sending monitoring data to Checkmk. And once this is set up, everything else works as expected. So basically, after this initial setup, there's no difference between push hosts and any other hosts in Checkmk. So this push feature applies if you have some communication possible between your on-prem devices and Checkmk in the cloud, if the push direction is available. Now, what about devices where you have no direct connection between Checkmk and your IT at all? For example, SNMP devices or some servers which are isolated from the internet and so on. So for these cases, we suggest a distributed setup. You set up remote sites which monitor these devices, and then you integrate these remote sites in a distributed setup. And this way, you will still see also these devices which cannot directly communicate with Checkmk in the cloud in your monitoring. Okay, so briefly summarize. If you can use the push feature, will be integrated into the agent controller, and if not, so if no direct communication is possible, use a distributed setup to monitor your IT from your on-premise IT from the cloud. Okay, then we move to the next topic on our roadmap. This was automation. So the auto-registration of new hosts, which basically means the automatic new creation of hosts in Checkmk. We already heard about the DCD today, the dynamic configuration daemon. So we already have a feature which can automatically create hosts. The DCD is, for example, often used for piggybacked hosts. Here we are talking about hosts which have the Checkmk agent installed and which will directly be monitored by Checkmk, so no piggyback mechanism in between. We could, for example, think about some virtual machines in an AWS or in a Google Cloud. These virtual machines might be dynamic, so they might automatically be created and destroyed. You, of course, want to monitor them, but administrating them by hand would be too much work. And this is where this auto-registration feature comes in. So the agent controller will have this feature inbuilt, and it will be able to contact a dedicated endpoint in Checkmk and send a request for registration. So basically tell Checkmk, I'm a new host, please add me to your monitoring. And along with this request for registration, it will send some so-called agent labels. So basic properties that describe your host. For example, the OS family, a host name, and also custom labels that you can configure. And then this auto-registration endpoint will go ahead. Here we have your Checkmk file system, and it will create a new host in Checkmk. For example, the AWS host might end up here. It has a name, it ends up in a certain folder, and it has some properties. Now your GCP host ends up in a different folder with a different name and so on. And these host properties, so where the host is located, its name and so on, they are computed from these agent labels that are sent along with the request for registration and user configurable rules where you define how you translate these agent labels into new host properties in Checkmk. So let's take a look at how this works. This is a screenshot from a new menu in Checkmk called Agent Registration. Still a bit work in progress, but this is how it currently looks. We have two rules available. We follow the example from the previous slide. We have one rule for AWS and one rule for GCP hosts. Both rules define two conditions. We need this agent label cloud here to be set to AWS, or in the GCP case, to be set to GCP. And then we require another label, namely host name simple. And then we're going to use this agent label to create a new host and use this as our host name. So let's take a closer look at the AWS rule, how this looks. First, before we do that, we have this agent label simulator. I almost forgot. So we can use this agent label simulator to simulate requests to registration just to see how this would work. So for example, here, I simulated a request to registration with two agent labels. I set host name simple to my virtual machine 1. And then I added this custom label called cloud, and I set it to AWS. And then we see down here, this AWS rule would apply. And we would create a new host, and this host would be called my virtual machine 1. To create a new host in Checkmk, of course, you need more than just a name. You need a folder where you create a host, additional properties, for example, how will this host be monitored, and so on. And now let's take a closer look at this AWS rule to see how we define those properties. So the first step is to define some matching criteria. What agent labels do we need for this rule to apply? Here, we already saw this. We need two. We need host name simple. We need this agent label to exist. And then we need this other custom label, cloud, to be set to AWS. Now, the next thing we define here is the action, the rule type. In this case, create a host. And then we define how we compute the host name from our agent labels. In this case, we simply take, as an example, this host name simple label as is. And then down here, in the last step, we define further properties of the host. For example, we define, okay, this host will be created in a folder called AWS, and we can set further host attributes. For example, here, I defined this host to be a normal agent-based host. And then this is the workflow to create a new host in Checkmk with this auto-registration feature. I have a second example here. Here we have an example of a host name conflict. So 2 requests for registration came in at the same time, and they were declined. The reason was that both had this host name simple label set to the same value. So we would get 2 hosts with the same name in Checkmk, which is not allowed. So that's a conflict that has to be resolved first before we can go ahead and actually create hosts. So let me briefly summarize this auto-registration feature which we have in our roadmap. So the agent controller will have this built in, and it will basically allow new hosts to contact Checkmk and register for monitoring. And with this request for registration, hosts will send so-called agent labels, which are basically basic properties of this host, such as a name, operating system, and so on. And with these agent labels and rule sets that you can configure, Checkmk will be able to create new hosts from these requests for registration. And of course, especially in the context of dynamic workloads, where you have dynamically created and destroyed virtual machines, you do not only think about the creation of hosts, but also the removal again. So basically a sort of life cycle management for automatically created hosts. This is something we definitely have in mind. We haven't fully decided yet how to implement this, but we definitely will add some sort of life cycle management. Okay, so this was the second point on our roadmap, the auto-registration. Now we move to the third point, the monitoring of cloud services. Here we have 3 big players, AWS, Azure, and the Google Cloud. And we start with AWS. So in white, you see features that we already monitor, so basically cloud services that we already monitor. And in yellow, you see new features, new cloud services that we are planning on adding in the future. So we are going to add here on the network front, for example, Route 53, a DNS service. Down here we have SNS, that's a messaging service. And we're also going to, of course, expand on the container side. So ECS is the Elastic Container Service. And EKS is the Kubernetes service offered by Amazon. So basically here, Martin has already told you how to monitor that. Next, we move to Azure. So here we're going to expand on the database monitoring. And we also can monitor AKS now, so the Kubernetes service offered by Azure. Again, Martin's talk. And finally, with Google, with the Google Cloud, everything is new. So everything's yellow. We are going to include compute engines, so the virtual machines, these serverless things, so run and functions. Also some storage and database monitoring, and GKE, which is the Kubernetes engine, so the Google Kubernetes engine. Of course, again, with our new Kubernetes monitoring that Martin has talked about. Okay, and then we come to our fourth topic on the roadmap, the deployment of Checkmk in the cloud. Here I hand over to Thomas again.
Thank you. So that's something I can handle, which is not so technical. So we mentioned before we want to make the monitoring in the cloud simple. And when talking to customers, we notice that they set up like cloud instances by application. And that means you might need to install a lot of Checkmk server. And at the moment, if you do so, which is possible, it's still a lot of manual work till have it properly configured. And we want to make that simpler. And the answer to that is given by the cloud platforms that's the marketplace offering they have. So we want to bring Checkmk into the marketplace of Amazon and Microsoft. So you can deploy Checkmk as an EC2 instance or an Azure Compute instance within minutes. So you define, following our guidelines, what storage or what else you need to do, and then you have that thing up and running within a few minutes. It's pre-configured, so all the settings should be in a way that they are secure for cloud usage. We get external help here to get it qualified, and as part of our security assessments, we do that. It will support, of course, standalone monitoring. If you're just an AWS user, you can use it for all your monitoring needs. But we also support as distributed monitoring users, so you can have it either report everything to the cloud or be this cloud instance part of your overall monitoring. So that's up to you, whatever you like to get it up and running. There's one thing we will do, we will support, or we will add support for licensing with a license key into that image. The reason is, that's the way this market store will work. We can either use market store pricing, which doesn't really fit how we price, or we can do something called Bring Your Own License by AWS. And what our plans are at the moment, we will deliver the trial version or a trial version here. That's the only version available, and once you like it or you want to use it, when you apply a license key you get from us, and this trial version will then be like switched to a full version according to what you have licensed to. So that allows us to have just one image in the cloud, making it simple for everyone to use it, and also for us not to basically need to provide multiple offerings in that store. So it's quite simple to use. If you search for Checkmk, you will find just the latest version. If you use such a cloud image, there's a few things you need to do for operation. And let me talk you through those so you get an idea of what we plan and also what it would need for you to operate such a Checkmk in the cloud. So the first thing, quite obvious, is we do regular patches on Checkmk, or there's a need to update the operation system due to security issues. How do you do it? We want to leverage the cloud and the capabilities in here to make it as simple as possible. And we follow the model we do already with our Docker images. So the idea is, if you do an upgrade, you stop the Checkmk instance, you disconnect the data disk, you dispose the Checkmk compute instance and the operation/Checkmk disk, and just get it new from the marketplace. Once it's running, you connect the data disk, and when you're back and running. We have an automatic migration, so if you move from one version to the other one, we recognize it and do this at this moment. And that is straightforward and very simple approach for you to get always the latest version. Next thing is how to handle backups, snapshots, whatever you prefer. So as mentioned before, we have the two disks, and of course you only need to focus on the data disk. The Checkmk instance itself and the OS/Checkmk disk are disposable. You can get it at any time from the marketplace, so you don't need to bother about that one. So you just need to focus on your data, and there are two ways you can handle it. One is what they call admin-driven, so we provide the means for it. You need to, as an admin, need to trigger it, and that's basically you store the Checkmk data into Amazon S3 or Azure Object Store buckets, and basically keep it there. That gives you it's the cheapest way of doing things in the cloud. It's you define your dedicated backup target here with an S3 bucket. You bring your own S3 in, so you can, whatever you leverage as S3 in set up in your environment, you can use that one also to back up this data, and you can also leverage the cloud for all the different additional features you have around an S3 bucket, like mirroring across multiple regions or putting something on a long-term storage, whatever is needed here. So that's the top one. The bottom one is you leverage the platform. So on Amazon we use EBS, the Elastic Block Store, and you can set up something called snapshots for the Elastic Block Store, and that gives you on a regular intervals a snapshot of all the data. You can leverage that one, or even later back up this one to S3, whatever you like. But that's what you need to do, leveraging the cloud platform. The next thing is about sizing. How do you properly size it? And let's assume you are a customer giving us a trial with a free version or the trial version in the cloud, and you grow beyond what's offered here as kind of what we do for free when you buy the license key. But of course, if you grow significantly, you also need to up your CPU powers. Also here we leverage what the cloud platform is offering in a hopefully simple way, with the same approach as we did initially with an upgrade. So you basically dispose your machine, select the new one, and connect it again, so you do the upgrade. And we give you guidelines about what size of machines and memory you should take in the respective platform, depending on your needs. So you have quite a good idea about what to take if you grow up. And of course, it's best to do the up or down scaling combination, maybe with a Checkmk version change or an OS change, because at that time you do the process already. Why not leveraging that time also to make maybe a step up to the next larger version if you feel the performance could be better? And the last feature, which is needed for operation, is high availability. We thought about using our appliance approach, but that doesn't really fit into the cloud very well. And so we think it's better to rely on the cloud vendor capabilities. So they offer quite high availability. So this is an example from the Azure documentation where you can set up a Checkmk version in the cloud with 4.9 already. That's more than like a standalone Checkmk instance for sure, but it goes into the area of what we have with higher availability. And that's coming all out of the box and for free, because in that case, the new instance comes up in very short times and you don't need to depend on running 2 machines in parallel or so. So it's also cost efficient. If you don't like it, there are multiple ways to do more in the cloud. So then you need to leverage your own, but that's what we support and what we will properly describe. So you have all the documentation how to run it. So we talked a lot about features and what we do and how it looks like. Now I want to look into the packaging, and we want to introduce a new edition, the Checkmk Enterprise Plus edition for that. So let's see how it cuts out. So as of today, you can already monitor a lot of things in the cloud using Checkmk Enterprise, and we will not take anything away from that. So all the features we have today will remain in Checkmk Enterprise. We will even add Google Cloud to it, and we will add also AWS and Azure features where we think it makes sense. The cutting line between this edition and the Plus edition is whatever you do in kind of a lift and shift scenario should be covered by CEE, by the Enterprise edition. If you really embrace the cloud and do cloud-specific things, then it requires the CPE edition. And that also comes with the auto-registration, as Jörg just mentioned, the push capabilities, broader cloud-specific checks for things like Lambda or Route 53, as an example, some cloud-specific dashboards, and the marketplace image. So they will be Checkmk Enterprise Plus. It will be slightly at a higher price, and we haven't yet decided on the price point. But I think you shouldn't worry too much about it, because we will recognize your investment you have today. And let me come here. So whenever you have an existing Checkmk Enterprise installation, you don't need to upgrade it to Enterprise Plus. You can put the Plus edition on the side and run both in parallel. The only requirement we will have is if you do a centralized monitoring and you have remote sites, both Enterprise edition and the Plus edition, then the central site must be the Plus edition as well. And that's quite obvious, because the Plus edition will have all the settings you need for the additional configurations, and that, like the dashboards and all the other stuff we need to show data in an integrated way. So again, let me repeat, if you use or want to use the Checkmk Enterprise Plus, you can use it just for your project. You don't need to touch your existing investment, and only if you want to consolidate, this consolidated site need to be Checkmk Enterprise Plus. With that, let me summarize the talk. So Checkmk embraced the cloud with easy deployment, an architecture which fits the cloud, and operations which are cloud ready out of the box. We will significantly extend our capabilities to monitor the cloud resources with many new checks. Core checks will be included in Checkmk Enterprise, as just mentioned, and the advanced stuff will be in Checkmk Enterprise Plus. We target an availability by the end of this year. Questions? There's a question at the back. Can somebody with a mic? Okay.
Do we have a mic in the back? Okay, we have.
So Julia, I think it's close to you. Somebody?
Hello. As a managed service provider, I want to ask if it is also planned to offer services like monitoring as a service. So customer with really small environments with such a few virtual machines just to install an agent and push it to some cloud monitoring, which is managed by service providers.
We have talked about that one, but not fully decided. But there will be something coming, so the capabilities will also become available for managed service providers.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
1 second.
I think there's one, yeah.
I'm a little disappointed about the fact that you want to put auto registration also in the Plus edition, because I think this is a feature that would be very useful for classic deployments also. Because for registering new VMwares or whatever, which is classic stuff, it would be fine to have it. And so you have to change to Plus edition if you put it there.
Yes, so if you depend on a lot of those features when you need to upgrade, if you can kind of slice your setup in a way that you have certain things where you need it in one side and the other sides, like the enterprise stuff, that would be the recommended way to kind of control your investment here. Martin? Oh, sorry.
Hi, yeah. I have questions which have already mostly been answered, but maybe you just repeat your answer again. When will the cloud images be available?
So they should become available in Q4, as mentioned on the slide. So that's what we currently target for. As Jörg has shown, so there's a lot of things already in development, but the next step is get 2.1 out of the door, and then basically focus on that part.
The other question you also have answered already, I will still ask you again. The user was missing the Google Cloud focus, but I think we have seen that a lot of Google Cloud stuff is coming.
So what you've seen is what we currently planned for is already work in progress. Of course, more things will come. This is also why I'm looking forward to get your votes at the back, or you raise it via the voting portal. So we will invest in all 3 platforms. We will have different speeds depending sometimes on our basically developer availability with a specific knowledge. So not a Google developer might not necessarily be as good as doing Azure when he's in Google. So that's the only difference. But our target is to have equal coverage on all the 3 platforms. Any other? Okay.
I have only one with 2 votes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, no problem. You talked about the big 3, Google, Amazon, and Azure. What is about OpenStack, vanilla OpenStack? Is this supported too?
So there are currently no plans for the next year to do OpenStack. I'm looking forward to the votes at the back as well, and maybe that's something else we should put on the voting portal to see how many of you are actually using OpenStack, because we don't know at the moment, honestly. We have a lot of demand for Google, which was already raised here, and also complaints that our Azure monitoring is not what we need, what they need, so they ask for more checks, and that's what we focus first before we open a 4th platform. So, to be seen.
Okay, thank you. I will add it.
And just to be clear, sorry, let me extend that a bit. So a lot of customers using our existing monitoring, including the agents on some cloud platforms. That's what you always can do. It's just whether we not basically have the VMs talking to us, delivering data, but whether we tap the platform itself for monitoring data. That's the main difference. So you can, of course, run Checkmk as an agent, or the Checkmk agent in an image running on that cloud, but it's not necessary that we have all the details from the platform. Okay.
Another question for me.
Yeah.
Did I get it right that you recommend to make this new cloud instance the head of the entire monitoring system?
It's not recommended, it's a requirement.
Okay.
If you use a distributed setup.
Yeah, if you use a distributed setup. And simply because only here you have all the settings you will then distribute. So the Enterprise Edition, if it would be the central instance, you wouldn't have the rules which you can distribute in a distributed monitoring.
So with that comes that I have to expose my monitoring system to most of all the IPs from the world?
No, not. Let me jump back. So this is the drawing. So basically, what you can do is run CP in the cloud, but you can also run it on premise. So that you're completely independent here. So for example, if you have a huge internal IT and have just one cloud project, you wouldn't necessarily go to the cloud. In that case, you would basically continue to monitor your internal instances with the central Checkmk Enterprise Edition. You would use the cloud, the Plus edition for the project in the cloud, and then you would consolidate it on-premise into the Plus edition.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get
maybe just a question for me or clarification about the licensing. If I have the architecture on the right side, so I've used the Plus edition as a top system, how about, I mean, the licensing is tied to the number of monitored hosts. Do the number of hosts that are monitored with the satellites count in the top, or is the top, if it's an empty system just for configuration, is it super cheap?
It depends on what you monitor directly. So if you, how should I say, let's take the left example, which is easier. So let's assume you consolidate in the cloud and monitor a few services in the cloud. When you pay for the services, you monitor in the cloud, but you don't pay for the CE instance down here, which you currently have and you have a license for.
But in this situation, it could be the case that this bottom CPE system monitors lots of systems. It is licensed with a higher CPE price, but the top system is super lean because it just gives the overview, so it's actually no issue that...
It can be, we recommend to monitor the system itself, so, but that might be just, I don't know, 50 services or so.
So it's not a real drawback. Also the right situation, you need the CPE as a top system, but if you don't monitor any actual hosts from the top system, it's not a price impact really.
It's not a price impact. Basically, price impact will come where you leverage the new capabilities. That's the example to the down right, the CPE which you have in the cloud. Okay. I see no further questions at the moment.
I mean, there's one with 3 votes. If someone adds another vote, then I can ask it.
So if there aren't any more important questions, we could maybe make a super short break.
Now we have 4 votes on it.
Oh, we have 4. Now we have 4 votes. Okay.
Yeah, ask the question.
Sorry.
Will there also be a generic cloud image for KVM? The Proxmox stuff, I think.
Not at the moment. We haven't planned for. So if that's a hot topic, again, feature portal. If there's a lot of demand, we will consider our options here. At the moment, this is the first time I've heard about it. So.
Oh, now a lot of questions are coming in. Upvote them if you want them.
Okay. So should we wait?
So we have 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7.
I think time for the next talk
okay.
then, yeah?
So on special request of Thomas, we make a super short break and mentally prepare for the next slot and for the absolute highlight of every conference, which is the roadmap. The bright new feature, the bright new future of Checkmk, which is upcoming. And as always, in an old tradition, Lars, and also later Thomas, after his special personal break, will come to the stage. Yeah, so this is my personal highlight of every conference. So we show what we are planning for great new features, and most times, most of these features are going to be real at the next conference. So, Lars, what is your feeling? When is Checkmk actually finished?
Hopefully never.
I mean, there's some very good software that's basically finished.
Really?
rsync, for example, or the bash or something.
Yeah, but there are then superseding projects which do some things better or different or something. So I don't think that's a good idea to declare something in such a field as finished or something.
I mean, the monitoring is always following what's happening in the IT world, so when everything else... My suggestion would to restart the IT world anyway from scratch. So my first discussion would be if 1 byte should have 8 bits or maybe
7?
Change it to 16 or something.
Oh, okay, 16. Why not 7?
Maybe after 100 years of IT, we can restart everything.
And where would we start? Would we start with unencrypted protocols and so on, or with all the other stuff which is...
I think the bit is something we can agree upon, but the rest we need to discuss.
Interesting.
I mean, anyway, the end is near. 2038 is coming soon.
So okay.
So we get the next problem with the timestamps.
Yeah, maybe someone is here who hopes to be out of this job by then, in Rente, before this.
I think it's not going to be my problem. But I think it's a greater problem than the year 2000 problem.
Really?
That was easy to fix because it was just a few old COBOL programs to be hacked. But these 32-bit timestamps are contained in file systems, for example. It's very hard to change a file system.
I don't know how far they are in solving these issues.
I mean, there's one chance, because the 32 bits are signed integer. So if you redefine it as unsigned, you gain another 70 years or so.
Yeah, nice.
That should do the trick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sounds like a very clever approach.
Yeah.
Let's talk with Sven.
We'll introduce new bugs, because if you if you make a subtraction of 2 timestamps, you can get overruns and stuff like that. Yeah, so you feel refreshed.
Thomas is back. Nice.
Okay, so let's look what the great new future of Checkmk brings.
Your turn.
And stage 3 for Lars and Thomas.
So thanks everyone. Last session, 50 minutes or 25 minutes, and then basically we're all over. I think there's no need to introduce us both. I've been on stage and everybody knows Lars, so let's jump right into the topic. So this is a roadmap presentation, so every good roadmap presentation starts with a disclaimer, and the other point is you make great votes here at the back. Luckily, we have a few hits with what we have planned with the roadmap, but at the end, we also need to analyze what's a hot topic over there, and how does it apply to what we thought about the roadmap. So this is not all set in stone. We have spent significant effort here to make it as good as possible, and we have also kept a few resources left to do things which might show up here, if it's more or if it's different things than what we anticipated for when we need to adopt our roadmap. So before we go into the next year, so 12 months from now, let's look 12 months back. So Jan presented last year at conference number 7 a number of points in innovation, integration, and extensibility. And we want to be honest here and tell you what we have achieved, where we failed. And so you see that we try to stick to our promise. The first thing, innovation, was cloud. So we did it. We actually started with it. It turns out to be more effort. So we decided to make a cut and deliver the 2.1 and do the cloud stuff half a year later. So that's why a gray mark. So we are actually working on it, but it's far from being delivered. The Kubernetes monitoring, I think it's absolutely fair. We have done it. Martin did a great presentation about that one, and it's a great product, so you will have a lot of fun with it using the Checkmk 2.1 version. The same, I think, applies to UX and dashboarding. It wasn't such a big change like we did with the step from 1.6 to 2.0, but still on a lot of bits and pieces, we updated, modified, streamlined processes, UI, naming, all that stuff. And we also added a few features or a number of features here which make life easier in the UI. On the integration side, you heard Marcel talking about our integration with Grafana, InfluxDB, and DataDog. I think that's also a tick. We delivered on what we promised here. And the same applies to the REST API, but not to the full extent you might have expected. As Lars, I think, has presented, and also Moritz, there are 2 things missing, which we'll follow up in one of the next patch releases. So there's still some work for us to do. That's marked it in this yellowish green. And finally, extensibility, the language thing, I think that's now done. You can translate Checkmk into multiple languages using our webplate, and we also deliver like pre-configured, pre-done translations using DeepL where it made sense for us. And also the extension to the Check API
The clustering, as Moritz also presented, was done. So I think overall, we did achieve most of what we have done, so an 80%, which is, I think, a fair mark for a roadmap for the next year, and that's what we target for the next, for this year or the coming year as well. But now let's dive into the areas of innovation we plan for the next year. It's cloud, it's Kubernetes. Usability will remain one of the key topics. We want to become better here, and also noticed here back in the feature request that there's a lot of needs for better UI, better usability. API remains a topic, and we want to extend our API coverage of the product further and further. Synthetic monitoring, you heard the presentation from Simon today, and of course there's this other enhancements, all the other things we do or consider to do here. So let's dive into that one. I mean, I just presented that, so we will finish our cloud journey with a push agent, with the auto-registration, with extended cloud service coverage, and the deployment of Checkmk in the cloud through the marketplace. That's what we plan to do as our improvement to monitor the cloud from the cloud. I think you're next.
Okay, so that has also been recently presented to you by Martin. And so I will only summarize that now for the overview. We want to extend the great Kubernetes monitoring we now have with the 2.1. We want to extend the coverage of other important objects in Kubernetes, for example, the persistent volumes, and also simply address the important platforms we have in the enterprise, which is OpenShift, which needs some special handling to be able to monitor it properly. And the second major topic for Kubernetes monitoring is simply monitoring applications which are running on this platform in form of metrics and also logs. And yeah, that's for the summary, that's about Kubernetes. Then we have the usability part of our roadmap. The first one is something that you will, in the first moment, likely not realize. It's a bigger project we are planning for working under the hood. It's a simply architectural project to improve the architecture that we used for the years under the hood of the user interface. It's a mod VSGI, WSGI application, a Python application, and it's a very huge code base, the biggest component we have in Checkmk. And we have realized that we are at the point where we need to do some structural changes to make it more easier manageable for us, to lay the foundation for future feature developments and make it easier for developers to approach this component, to get an idea how to work with that, how to extend it, how to debug, and so on. And that's not something you will realize in the first moment, but I wanted to know you that you know, wanted to tell you that you know that we are caring for these things to make it easier for us to extend Checkmk in the future and build features in an easier way, simply put. The second one is maybe more interesting for you if you, for example, connect Checkmk with an AWS account to monitor it. You may have realized that it's harder than it should be. You have to configure several independent things in the setup. You need to configure a host, then configure the special agent, then you need some other rules and add the dynamic host configuration, and then you're done to get AWS things into your monitoring. And I think that's not how it should work. Something like, I want to monitor AWS, here are my credentials, and please monitor it, and then enter, and that's done, would be more useful, and that's something we are thinking about, not only for AWS, but also for other more complex systems which involve special agents and the dynamic host management, like VMware setups or also Kubernetes, could benefit from a solution for making it easier to configure it. Then the third thing is about providing more options for visualizing hardware-software inventory data together with the actual status data of objects. One example, if you monitor multiple Oracle instances from multiple servers and all this in probably different versions, you may want to have an overview, a table overview, one row per instance, and there you want to see the instance name, the version of that instance, and the performance metrics next to it, to be able to easily compare the performance behavior across the versions and instances. So in such a view, you might get an idea what an update could have an impact on the performance of the system or something. So that's to some degree currently possible, but there is clearly room for extension improvement, and that's a direction we want to move into to make more use out of the data we have. The next one is more a nitty-gritty thing. In the setup, we have different user interfaces, different dialogues, where you can select a folder from our folder hierarchy. For example, to move a host from one folder to another, or add a rule to a folder. And if you look at that and look carefully, then you may realize that these are slightly different. There's maybe only a flat list of folders or a tree of folders in one way or the other visualized. And this is really a nitty-gritty thing, but this is also about usability, to be consistent in different dialogues, to solve these odds and to give the user a consistent experience, and to make it easier, essentially, to use Checkmk. And that's only one example. We have multiple things in mind we want to improve in the configuration, but also in the status user interface, to make it easier and more fun to use the user interface. Next topic is about APIs, extending Checkmk and connecting with Checkmk. And here we have the things we want to do with the REST API. That's the biggest part we want to add is the site management, basically configuring remote sites in the central site of your environment. So if you spin up a remote site by whatever mechanism, automatically or manually, I don't know, that you can add that automatically using the REST API to the central site to be able to see it right away there. And then also make the connection with that site via live status, do the trust, establish the trust with the remote site so that you can use it right away. And that's really handy for infrastructure as code approaches, where you want to specify the setup of your environment in code and API calls. So that's something we are missing currently, and we have had the plan to add it to the 2.1. And we still want to do it. So the current plan is to add it during a later patch release. We simply were not able to deliver it to the current point of time, so we will make it later in the 2.1, but it will come. And then the other addition is that we want to provide data from our graphing system, from the metric system, via the REST API to enable you to connect with it and get metric data out of it, but also to use it in our Grafana connector to switch it over from the web API to the REST API, because we have learned that the web API should be deprecated, so everybody needs to switch over, and so we do. And then the programming APIs, with the 2.0, we have had a great success with the Check API, Check plugin API. And if you're building Check plugins, you will realize that it's not everything to have only a good Check API to build the actual check. You're doing different other extensions, like adding check parameters, like adding performeters or metric definitions, graph definitions, and so on. And these are user interface extensions. And these APIs are not well defined, are in a similar state like we had the Check API before, not clearly documented. They have grown, not been designed. So we want to simply continue the journey to give the check developer and the partner who builds custom checks a consistent experience to provide consistent APIs across the components and make it easier to extend Checkmk. And yeah, since these are multiple APIs, we will start or continuing the journey and go step by step and extend the coverage of these designed APIs. And we are not 100% sure where we will be in the next release, but we will do our best to make it better as soon as we can. So I hope that we can make a full check development experience much better in the next release. And now I think that's it from me, from the slide set. Yeah, exactly. So, Thomas.
Thank you. Simon talked about the synthetic monitoring, and we will also improve our integration here. Synthetic monitoring is about the offering of tests, the execution, and the presenting of the results. So in the phase 1, which we have well understood and are partly already in development, we will focus on the second two, so execution and presenting. We want to be able to run tests in parallel, and we want to make the deployment of tests to probes to test machines simpler, so that the deployment goes quicker and it pulls all the necessary library together in a very simple stage. And whatever output Robotmk is presenting or creating, we will make that available for presentment within Checkmk. So if something is flagged as red, you don't need to look to another system for all the detail. You can see it right here, open up the detailed information, and then you see the full report in the Checkmk UI. So that's phase 1, where we are already, as I said, in a good state when we can deliver it. The phase 2 is about further evolvement, where we are in an early concept phase, where a lot of trials, technical trials we need to run. One area we want to focus on is no-code config for available and performance test. Simon mentioned that. So to start synthetic monitoring, the first thing is you need to do is that website available from all the sites I have in my company, as an example, or all the sites where I have customers. So we want to give you that availability data and the performance data as a first step, and it doesn't require a lot of programming. The next thing is, if you need to program for some transaction stuff, then you might want to make it as simple as possible with what's called a low-code offering. It will be not a no-code offering, just to be clear, but everybody should be able, or most of you admins should be able to write such tests. We will also look into a way to distribute the tests across the globe and provide the infrastructure, so you just tick a few boxes of where you want the tests run, and we take care of the rest. And finally, we want to deliver better dashboards, graphs, reports. So whatever we do here, of course, you want to monitor. For example, if you monitor availability from multiple locations, you want to see if there are any deviation trends, or like overnight it's getting better or worse, whatever. So that's all important, so you can really drill in and see where you are, how it's evolving. So that's all coming with the synthetic monitoring. And the last thing is what's called other enhancements. And the lucky thing I see here is, for example, the extended label filtering. That's the and or not thing, which I mentioned today in my first talk as an example. And at least, and I'm just checking. Okay, so on the feature portal I mentioned this morning, this is the highest voted thing at the moment. So let's see how it evolves. But it has 28 votes. The next one, 23 votes, is support piggyback data from remote hosts. And the other one is add a register role from a colleague of us. So you see it's already working, the portal, and luckily we have anticipated that one as the first feature in our enhanced list, so that's quite nice. The second one is not on the list, I think it's not even on the portal, but our feedback from users of the BI was that BI is like a very often changing thing. And one of the challenges is how do you identify changes which come in between the infrastructure to become visible in the BI, because like if certain things are happening, it's not necessarily clear to you that something has changed if you look just at the BI aggregations. So what we want to do is a feature where you can set up the BI and freeze that state. And from that point on, you always do a comparison of that known good state against the actual BI and mark any deviations from it. because in a large environment, you might actually happen that machines are going away or reconfigured or whatever, and you wouldn't just notice if you look at the BI level. So that's a feature we also plan to do in the next major release. We also look at the event console performance. So feature set apparently is quite good, but we get a number of requests about the performance, especially in large environments, so that's something we need to spend some effort on. And finally, we do a lot of checks. So Cisco Meraki, nice thing here, I also noticed, it's something we are approaching an end, so there's still a few things to sort out, but we have already like a first running version of an agent. But I also noticed that it's quite hot in the feature votes in the back, so it's quite a match. We also monitor from servers now to mobile devices via an integration of Mobile Iron. That was one of our custom requests, but it's also quite nice if you're using those mobile devices, for example, Android devices in stores, so you might actually want to monitor them as well, get the full picture of your IT on site. And of course, there are many more enhancements and many checks coming, which we don't yet know, including what you have voted here or the top votes of the feature portal. So we will report next year about this one. With that, some questions, and maybe I can ask a question first, because that's also, it's not just you ask us, we also have some questions to you. One of the hottest things marked here at the back was a mobile app. And you can do the mobile app in two ways. And my question to you now is, how do you want it? Do you want like the full Checkmk UI in the mobile app? Is that what you're looking for, the ones who voted? Or do you have the other use case while you are here at a conference or you're home watching TV? You want the mobile app to actually report or ping you that something is going wrong in your environment, you monitor, and then you have the ability from your sofa maybe to drill in to see whether it's something you need to act immediately when you need to start your computer because you also need to access the other systems also, or you can just acknowledge it and work on it tomorrow. So there's no need for you to kind of, if you get somehow notified, to open the computer all the time. So you want to have this like first steps of information of discovery, what's the real problem, and then maybe do like one action on a service on a host, and then basically follow up next. So what's the intention of the mobile app? Can somebody who has voted for it explain their needs?
Don't you think it's important to configure a new BI aggregation on your mobile?
Yeah, that's what I think it's not the case, but maybe I'm wrong. So I think, also my assumption is like if something significant is happening, you need to open your computer anyway, because it requires further analysis, and maybe you also need to log into different systems which might not have a mobile app. But what I can fully understand that you don't want necessary, like you get an email or whatever, and then you need to jump and open your computer just to recognize, oh, you can close it down. You want to do this all from your phone. So anyone who voted for it?
So maybe we should ask for raising hands.
Yeah, so
raise your hand if you want only a problem monitor on your phone to
okay,
get
let's do it. So
something?
Only problem reporting and acknowledging or so on the mobile phone. Who wants that?
Or let's ask, do you think it's sufficient?
Yeah, so okay. Then ask the other question, it's not sufficient. So who thinks it's not sufficient, who wants to do more on the mobile phone?
Who thinks it's important to have also setup features? I mean, that's the other part of the user interface is setup on the mobile phone.
Okay, good.
I think you're using a mobile device already.
So sounds like we need some kind of rewrite of the first approach of the mobile interface in a more integrated way, and that you have that use case covered, something like that.
Yeah, so I think it's a good starting point for future discussions, but thank everybody who basically participate both with voting and now raising the hand. So now questions to my presentation or to Lars and my presentation.
Here is a question.
A question?
Oh, no, sorry,
raise your hand. Somebody said here's a question.
No, but it's not.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
I mean, we had really lots of questions in the online portal about, are you planning to do this feature or that feature or whatever? And that's a typical roadmap question. And now's the time to ask it.
I think everybody is tired now. So if there are no questions, then I'll let Jan close. Oh, you have a few?
Many,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, then go.
So I have to take a different phone. Can you go one slide? Okay, great. Just need to log in. The one question was, when is Checkmk 2.1 coming?
Okay, so we currently target the 17th of this month. We have still a number of bugs to crash, but it's going downward. And so let's see if we come to like the number where we feel comfortable to release it, and that none of the bugs reported about the beta is severe, so we can't release. So at the moment, I feel confident, and but at least the last time Lars talked to me about it, he was confident as well. So, the other turn it around. So if you are using the beta and find anything, report it now, because then we can decide whether we fix it before we release. Otherwise, basically, we will ship with that bug, and we might not know.
And please, if you haven't tested the beta until now, start to do this.
Yeah.
Give it a try, maybe in some kind of copy of your production environment or whatever would be best, I guess, because you have then the real configuration. But if that's not possible for you, then even a small test site could be useful to have a quick look at the version and to see if everything works for you in your use cases and so on.
And what's the current state of the beta? Is it, would you say it's usable, or is it it's very hazardous?
Yeah, sure, it is. So from my perspective, it has been much better than the beta phases before, right from the start. The issues that we have uncovered quite some severe issues, but we were able to solve that very quickly to get the next beta out. So from my impression, very good so far.
So you think it's more stable than the stable 1.6 version that we released?
1.6. What was in?
I remember we had one version that was quite broken in the beginning.
1.4.
Was it one?
Rope.
And we had one version where you went into holiday right after the release. Yeah, which was a bit of a.
It should work, right? So maybe next week, yeah.
Matthias, he booked already, so
okay,
close to release.
By the way, Thomas,
Sure.
Harry is asking the vote stickers in the back, which you talked about, will they be added to the voting system?
No, please vote on the voting system as well. So this is a good indicator, and we will share that with you. I will take photos tonight, so give you some time to get your final votes, and I'm also available for discussion after the closing of the main session. But there's one advantage. If you add them to the feature voting portal, if you provide an email address, you get notifications about it. So you know when something is voted up or has changed, status has changed, a question is raised. So there's quite some benefit in collaborating on the portal. And if I just add them here, I just add a number to the top, there might be also duplicates, but it's quite hard to recognize, to work with somebody if basically they are completely anonymous. But both are good indicators. They are not simply thrown away. We keep them in mind, and it's also important because you are like the people who invested to come here for 2 days or maybe even 3 days. They're also a very important voice for us. So we learn what's really important for them, what makes their life hard at the moment where we could improve it. So keep voting, but also if you feel it's important, then add it to the feature portal so it's visible for everyone. Okay.
Yeah, another very hot topic, JVM monitoring. So we have the Eulogia plugin for that. Do we plan any improvements on that?
So we are not on the immediate roadmap. I know there are some complaints, and I think most of them are fair. We need to make up our mind how much we want to invest in like improving the Java monitoring. If I look at the voting here at the back, the Java monitoring, which I put in as to pre-fill the page, did get significant less votes than the SAP R3 monitoring. So maybe it's just a single interest, but that's something.
24 votes here.
24 votes. Okay.
As a question.
Yeah, we need to look into that one. I guess there's some need.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just a question if you want to do something or not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not about we want. It's more about like the other things we commit.
Okay, we didn't talk about anything which you plan around the service discovery. And Stefan has the question, okay, do we want to do something like advanced service discovery so that you do a service discovery only on hosts that own a specific label or part of a particular host group?
Doing service discovery, bulk discoveries on a selection of hosts, right?
Isn't that possible already?
You can do bulk discoveries, but only in a folder scope. A small addition would be to do it on the folder scope by applying additional filters to only select some kind of host with some label. But that's not something on the roadmap for now.
But can you do an automatic discovery with an inventory check, and that's a rule, and because it's a rule, then you can apply labels?
That would be possible, yeah.
That's maybe also a solution here.
Yeah.
Oh, when will the support for Ubuntu 2022 come?
It's in the sprint currently. So someone is rushing to get that out, hopefully.
Okay, another hot topic. We talked about it already, like it's a hot topic every year, I think. Cross-host service dependencies.
Yeah. So
hot topic every year.
Let's talk about that for another year.
And then one more question from Martin, not me. Are there any plans to solve the problem of incorrect calculation of network traffic when polling large devices via SNMP? Wrong time value using SNMP bulk walk. Maybe Alex can answer that.
I didn't even get what...
Exactly, that's why I thought maybe Alex can answer that.
Yeah, okay.
If he's somewhere.
So maybe that's something which needs more explanation.
Yeah. So if you poll really large devices via SNMP, I think you can run into issues. But I'm no SNMP guy, so if anyone knows, raise your hand and we give you a microphone.
No one from the crowd.
Okay, apparently not.
Otherwise, we will speak to our admin who does all these things, and he knows probably what you're talking about. I have more questions if you have time.
Yep, continue.
We still have time.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
then I just ask more questions, yeah? My battery is at 3%.
Okay, so we have 3% of questions left.
For you, Lars, you talked about the security, the two-factor support yesterday. Is radius authentication and embedding two-factor for existing solutions like RC-DEFs planned?
So radius integration could be possible on an Apache level. So we have not planned to do something about this in the roadmap. And now in some talks with other ones here in the conference, I already spoke about the authenticator apps and something to integrate with that. And that would be, I think, something which is of interest. And I also saw that on the boards, and it has been voted. So it's, I think, something we need to consider, either supported directly or with support of some authentication platform.
Okay, you already actually answered that question as well, but as it has already 14 votes now, will the CPE features be included in the Managed Services Edition?
Yeah, I mentioned that before. We will. So the model we do is still under discussion, but there will be a way that those features become available also for managed service providers. So that's the answer we have at the moment.
Yes. And then from Steffen, will there be a dashboard mode without the menu at the top, like Grafana Kiosk, which starts headless, Chrome without any navigation UI? Well, like if you press F11, I think.
Yeah, I think
a full screen mode for the dashboards.
I mean, there has been the time where we had no such a menu on the dashboards, and I always said, yeah, it's not there for a reason, because you want to have that full screen mode. Now we have the new page menu concept to have that menu on all pages. Now some kind of step back maybe, but adding an option to hide the menu is
That's a really nice idea.
Can be done easily, so I think that's not such a big deal.
I think the requirement goes further. It's about having those monitors maybe running in the IT department on the top, which basically don't require login, basically just URL, which you can basically store into one of the TV devices, and they just do it. And then I think Marcel was asked that feature yesterday, that you have like a rotating 3-4 dashboards, which you constantly see, so that you don't need to look at. I see the guy here on the top raising the thumb. I think that's the requirement that a lot of people have. It's not about the headless. That's just one thing you need to do to achieve that, and I think we need to do more about it, but it's something we already discussed. It's not just didn't make the cut to the next release.
Yeah, because someone else actually exactly asked the dashboard URL without login thing.
Okay, I think they are highly related.
Yeah. So it's also combined with a feature request that you can disable the links in the dashboard. So if you make a kind of read-only dashboard, that there are no links embedded, where you can move away from that.
So if you do this dashboarding, you also need to have some security means behind it.
Yeah.
2%.
So we should do Android phone monitoring?
Yeah, no, I have the other phone, but I forgot the passcode here from our colleague. Will there be support for cross-site service clusters? For example, a process that can migrate from one site to another.
Migrate the Checkmk site.
So a cluster that spans over several sites, actually. A Checkmk cluster definition.
A cluster of appliances, probably.
Now, it looks like the question is that in Checkmk you have these cluster hosts that combine 2 actual hosts. And you want one of them to be on another site.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think it's technically possible, because the handling of clusters and their nodes is done in a single monitoring core. And if you split that across sites, you have 2 monitoring cores involved, which are completely decoupled. They have no chance to exchange about anything. So that would be not easily possible, at least.
That would be an awful hack at the end, I fear.
Also for you, Lars, I have a question from Beerman. Will there be any improvement in the LDAP integration in remote sites with the new SAML feature? I just asked a question.
Yes, it's all good.
Maybe I should try to give an answer. So
Go ahead.
And if the person is in here, they can correct me. I think the challenge is, if you use SAML, you still need to do an LDAP sync ahead of time, so that we are aware of the users. And that might be a challenge in combination where you just move to like Azure AD with no LDAP access any longer. And in that case, we would need to implement something like a lazy user creation. When the user comes in via SAML, we also get some additional maybe group information or so, and based on that additional information, we decide whether we allow the user to actually log in and then assign them to like internal groups or give them permissions, all that stuff. I think that might be the question. I have heard that question before, let's put it this way.
But we have another question for you from Denise. Will there be a demo version of the CPE, of the Enterprise Plus?
Yes, so there will be a demo version, and our intention is really to have that. You have like what we call this trial edition in the marketplace. You can use it for month or whatever we decide. So I think currently it's 1 month, 100 devices, 100 hosts, and after the time it will degrade down to the free version, so 25 devices, unlimited, or if you add the license key, then it will be whatever you have license for. So that's really a very nice thing for trying out things like a trial, but also if some of you are heavy Checkmk user and have access to an Amazon or Azure account and you want to try something new, for example, the new version which we have, you simply spin up a site here and try to work with that one and then dispose it after you have recognized what you want to see. So I think that's also one of the benefits going that way, that you can very quickly try out things in the cloud. You just need to pay for the compute and storage for the time you try out.
Is there no question from you? Or are you all using the phone? Ah, someone in the back.
I think everyone sitting here is very tired and hopes that the question ends soon.
Now it's working. Lars, I have a question. You talked about the SAML integration and just about the synchronization to LDAP. What about OpenID Connect that allows us to deliver the whole group informations to Checkmk, and Checkmk could create the user and place the user in the groups from the OpenID Connect informations?
So I did not fully understand the question.
It's just about, on one side you have the SAML integration, on the other side you can do OAuth2 with OpenID Connect, and that will allow you to get all the authorization information from a Keycloak server, just as an example, to Checkmk, and then you can create the user with all the privileges there.
Okay.
So there is no need to implement any LDAP stuff.
Yeah, okay. So with the approach we've chosen so far is that we have no real direct integration with Checkmk, the user interface, and the SAML. So the authentication and stuff is, the whole handling is done on Apache web server level by a specific module for this job. So on a Checkmk level, we still need the synchronization of users, the normal LDAP sync. So sure, you could build another integration, but for the moment, the quickest approach was this one, to have a solution that works. But other approaches, sure, can be really useful, and also for other environments which have other authentication solutions. It could be a better way to build something like OAuth integration or similar.
Okay, I think we need to clarify a little bit around the Red Hat Enterprise Linux support and CentOS support. So question from Stefan. CentOS 8 Stream is the minor updated version of Red Hat 8, RHEL 8, works rock solid. Yeah? Why is the support dropped, but Oracle Linux is added? So I think we should clarify that maybe misunderstanding there.
Mm-hmm. Me?
Yeah, I can also do it if you want, but I think you are the better person for that.
All right. Well, as far as I can tell, we have built so far the Checkmk CI on top of CentOS images, on CentOS Docker containers, built our Red Hat packages, and after these changes they have made to the whole Red Hat CentOS ecosystem, that's not an approach we can go now, because they have basically shifted CentOS to the early stage of the release cycle. So the versions differ on the Red Hat and CentOS Stream versions. So we now need to switch over to basically using Red Hat for our internal builds, and we now provide real Red Hat packages, which have been built on Red Hat environments. So that was compatible before, and now it's staying compatible with Red Hat. And it has always been our target to provide Checkmk packages for the distributions that are needed in the enterprise environments. That is basically enterprise, Red Hat Linux Enterprise. So we have support for that. And all other compatible derivatives, like Oracle Linux, for example, will also work. But since they switched over the CentOS Stream to being very early in that stage, there may be incompatibilities. So that's not very easy for us to stay compatible there. And that might need special handling if we wanted to add support for that. If there's real need, we will care for that, because it's always the same for Checkmk. We want it to be easily usable on the relevant platforms. So if it's relevant and that's cannot be used or is hard to use or something, and then we will change it. But for now, it looks like it's somewhere it's the way round, and no one knows what exactly to do and which thing to choose and what are the new derivatives that come up and so on. So we need to simply look a little bit at the situation, what is happening over the time. And for the moment, Red Hat is the choice, and then we'll look to and see what happens next.
I think there are some other worries around the raw edition. Niklas is asking, will the CAE, the raw edition, be maintained in the same way as before?
Yes.
Which features will be transferred from the CE in the future? And I think you need probably to clarify how we actually write our code in Checkmk in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what is happening in Checkmk in terms of works, for example, we release, then you will realize that the most things we do are landing actually in the raw edition. And there are specific features we decide to put into the Enterprise edition or the Plus edition, for good reasons, as we think. But the most things, and also the most important parts, the checks and so on that are relevant for all of you, are still in the raw edition, and we won't remove them from there. And most of the features we will add in the future will also be added to the raw edition.
I mean, if you look at the works of each new version, you can always see like big list for raw edition and a couple of things for the Enterprise edition. And I mean, that has been our focus in the past always. I mean, we build for the raw edition and then do some specific things for the Enterprise editions.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, but I think at some point it's okay to stop.
Okay, let's see if there's still somebody in here who dares to raise a question, because apparently a lot of people are. Okay. Is there one? No. Okay, then.
Okay, so
thank you.
Thanks for your patience. Thanks, Thomas and Lars, for answering all these questions and for the roadmap. So, and thank you all for your patience and for your questions and for taking part at the conference and the evening event. And yeah, so for me it was really a great experience to see you all again, to meet in real life, to have a nice evening event, to talk with you. I hadn't time to talk with all, but with many people I know or I learned to know. I hope you like it. And of course, I hope we see us again next year.
Yes, I have 2 more duties, and I try to do them in an energizing way. The first is medium energizing. We had actually asked you to help us with G2 reviews, because it helps everyone to know whether you like Checkmk or not. And we said, as a small thank you, we draw a raffle, and I take 2 straws, and you win 3 very exciting things: a YubiKey, a hoodie, and most importantly, Checkmk socks. So, these are straight from Paris, the socks. The first winner of this is Sebastian Klopp.
But do the both socks? Does everyone get 1 sock, or both socks go to the same person?
It's 1 sock per person.
Okay, perfect.
So you will get everything from Caroline, which is standing there, and I do the second draw. And if I can read it, it's Barbier Laurent. We are an international group. So thank you very much for that, for doing that. It actually helps us a lot, and if you have some time, please do it afterwards. It helps everyone to understand the product. And lastly, I think that's most important, this organization is actually super complex to organize the conference. And we try to make it more complex every year. Yeah, so that's the aspiration. And I think we can improve every year things. So next year, I promise we have more hamburgers. I saw that was a challenge. We have fewer queues, but overall, at least to me, it felt like a great conference. And there is a big team behind that. And maybe those who are here of that team can quickly come to the stage. Okay, so essentially we always have a big group of supporters and someone has to lead the team. And this year this was Melina. Melina actually started as a working student for us, and as her first duty as a full-time employee, we gave her the little task to organize this conference. And she did a terrific job, so thanks for that. Danke. Hast du spitze gemacht. Okay, and now, if my mic is still working, so we have Siglinde, who's in the office, Eva, who's in the office, Faye, hello to India. She's in India doing the virtual stream. We have Baris doing all the web development, Julia, who basically organized everything in the workshops, Diana's in the office, Nina, who did all the designs, and Animesh, who did all the video production. And now to finish that off and energize for the last minute, you stand up, clap, and I hand out the last flowers, and then we're done for the day. Okay, can we do that? Perfect. So, was amazing. I think it was amazing for Matthias and me to see you all live again. After these 2 years of not seeing anyone, and the party yesterday was great. I hope we see you next year. I hope everything who joined us virtually also enjoyed the show. We are very thankful, and that's it for today.
So, have a good journey home.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap for this year's Checkmk conference. So this is the first hybrid event, and we hope you had a good experience joining us online. So we usually had around 100 people watching the live stream. So thank you so much for joining us. So now I think I have already shared the feedback form. So please share your feedback so we know how we can do better, and so that we can also have some insight on which type of format do you like best. If this works out for you,
just one
or should we
last
try a different
off-topic.
format? So
We
please let
obviously
us
have a
know.
workshop day tomorrow. But since this is the last time we are together, we do the farewell today. For those of you who are in the workshop day tomorrow, there's a dinner tonight. That's at 6 p.m. in the Bavaria restaurant. This is the restaurant which is the center of Paulana. Happy to join. Thank you.
Sorry, I think I was cut for a bit. So right, I was saying, yeah. So please share your feedback. I've shared the link on the chat. So that's checkmk.io/conf-feedback. So yeah, please let us know how we can do better. And also, we're not able to answer all the questions. So sorry about that. We didn't have much time for some of the interesting discussions as well. So we were not able to accommodate them. But then for that, please feel free to post them in the Checkmk forum so that we can continue the conversation after the conference, right? So I hope that the bot aside, we had a great online live stream, right? So with that, thank you so much again for joining, and see you again next year, and see you around the Checkmk community. Bye-bye. See you again.